the more you oppress it, the more you probably slow, you need a leader. You need a leader, swear, right? You are flash and you said, what is a vision? After artists, moving back to the sun, the after look to the Hayam, Araya, the Goyo had gone. So that's a really good idea. But essentially, all the truth, hurt Barbie's style, we have to have a position of communists. We thought we doesn't deliver into the hands of a no one. And therefore, someone goes to a process, by definition, they will be given a position of exalted leadership. I don't know about any of that, but at least it can result in a life. So when the other cause the cause for Charlie's show, never tires. So there's this thing that people have various energy. Where the earth with their people. We are open for other God, and the love of the different, you can't be on the whole. There's a tradition that we are open for other God, and saying these quarrels should not be called you. So when you see children on your toilet, you know, once you identify as children, and you're talking about something bad happened, first thing you say, you should never experience this person. Yes, that's the concept is in the water, and over there, what's happening to us shouldn't happen to anyone else. That's the first thing I advise. Come over there, and around the yard, and so we call it our best. We use the stone, since it was still processed. In front of you, you can like you do, probably so. As if we over our back, as if we transgress the parents of the control of myself. We will dispense it and shall briefly ask them, like I told the celebration called the perennial finance. We refinance it, we alone shut up each bass, less of a unit. Except that you got other bass and you will have costs scale. So ultimately, the kind of house itself that probably says that the athlete of Saudi Israel, so has the athlete of Stone, the three massive money we talk about, and the last one that is in the year for them, immediately see a high city Sharai or high city Stone. So what's this title? It's titled as unfortunately the individual genre of the play, Israel is supposed to possess one attribute beyond Stone. One attribute beyond Stone. Which is incredible. So in the sense, c'est à dire avant l'histoire française, c'est la Stephen, the young and the young the story was no share. I explain what I think the kind of so and then nothing is ever said to the other. Process the another one, really trying to see is very interesting of numbers. History of it. Trying the hundreds, but this will become so huge. But lately again, one of them will be really things for other children. Also the way such a fascinating twist. Even when they talk to their own children, they value their age. They share what they have with each other. So this is such an overwhelming stone. There is such a fraternity, and emotional dependability is also unwillingness to be able to be there and to help the other. In Shalai, even in between the most paranoid, people will always drink without falling the other. Incredible. And there's a single quality I show because we publish it in the looks so up not there to see. The person who says which one is currency, because those work so much is now worth nothing. Hearts are like happy, and which no matter in Kalaani, one is the chance to remember again. If they thought it's a person over the outer space, the interesting that if you look at the puzzle, hearts are like happy, but the knife opens up against you if you notice that the face is before eyes, even though the eye is before face. So for earlier, the Sharia Mission 115 national law going on. Because the Latin says something with their mouth, even though we did not see it with their eyes. Or they delivered this disaster to talk about Earth as well, even though they naturally reflected on what they saw. Hopefully, I need hopefully I need then Friday strategy, please have one experience where the user comes right still case reflection was one of the Restream. People were also drug represents sustenance. So drug represents the core of existence. If you understand what existence is, if you call this law, if you look at anywhere else, you'll find pieces of what it means to lead meaningful life, but you won't find any nature. Each time we self says that you are lacking of existence. Hashem will come up and that's what it was. So this refers to corrupt judges. This refers to any unbelieving records. This refers to the teachers of young children who shirk their responsibility and be led to the proper truth to the Jewish children. You know, I feel like and yet actually, I said, sorry, okay, so that's getting real fun. Getting real fun. So it's no number again. The primary topic that we love occupied in the things these days are the weekends and for the justice for regular people who don't have a portion of their income. So it was the bottom. We compiled it. We decided these are these nuts of this list. You know, so you're actually handshaking us is how you go really well. He's actually saying that, then you get something. Because the rich people can do that. Was the really fine, which was essentially constituted. You already can purpose with us to the second station. I was actually going to say this. You know, it's a big deal like that. That's why we created two as we know today. So they created this list. So you know, this is not even live. It should always minimize efforts. Because we want this to add another person to this, and this is actually pretty wild. You know, since they wanted to add one more Hamala to this list. But listen, remember again, we've already seen this before the next year of this contract is correct. That by commenting by less, how well the nation. It's very good with this back, which is terrible in the eyes of the people. As it seems to be, that is that we worship idolatry. Now, you know, not qualified by the U.S. man, but company-wise, certain now a lot of women, his wives left in a lot of idolatry, and he did nothing to stop this practice. So, in that sense, he is responsible for idolatry, even though he has to himself never to worship idolatry. So, the one thing I have shown us to the list, the U.S. and frogs in this beautiful show, is the concept this way, and the first speak out loud. She's coming to only better enough. Better enough to be up on the first to them, and better enough to be frustrates yourself before them say, please don't do this, if they pay for your attention. But each miracle learning, and not but each perception learning, and then speak out loud. Fire came down from the heavens, and started like really around, looking at their benches, and watching some more, because again, clearly, the response to his grace and his displeasure with this decision to be like, they give you any attention to it. Never again, what about tonight? We start because it's a side for us. We decide for us. Let's about cover. On the other hand, Fudge's fish were laid in the laptop with no one of any satire. By reflecting the great achievement, we should listen to something. So then about cover on the after the basketball church, ultimately again, and we see a man who does his work quickly, but for things he will be. What does this mean? So for example, that's what he says. We should listen, they see what they sell. So first, demo, built my house before this actually goes to this later. If I got these on house, well, now that, I don't think it's about the showing the base of all the shorts. It took me 7 years to build my base in the Dutch, and took 3 years to build his own house. It says, with me, my walking is Yahtzee, God's the Yahtzee, no question. And let's see how that person says, or the gospel is saying, how such a man do they say to a faith without going to hell? We should dwell amongst those Philippines once again, or let's see how that the occupants are now paid no attention to this aspect. This is something that is incorrect. As you know, the rest of us, but I'm not, and I know how many people have to shut. You know, to the best of the active part of the world, by the location to the basket and guys, this is ever. All in the board, big life of you. It's not yours. You can decide this is falling out there, and it doesn't go falling out. And you don't understand the first place. You look like it's certain feelings, you know. It's like if it's probably trying to intervene in a more environment. pretty stark as well. And at the end, essentially, what he says is, yes, you're right. Allah belongs to you. Allah belongs to you. Decisions and processes when it comes to the communication of law belong to you. But at the end of the day, if it's actually us calling our boy, does it come calling our boy? That's up to me. And if I think Shlomo was not on the side of the list, why should Yeshua be on them? Who was that in the other? That's what this is why. It's actually Yeshua's. Rashi says over here, God Barsha Yeshua's, God Shake Suku, to the Tzir, as Harasha Mitzad, and it's a Om Shalikulim Yishkot Lower Habo, and the Rasha of the Rabbi Yachad. So it's a Barsha Yeshua's. So everyone has a portion of everyone, again, the way I said this will be open to the line of Israel. Homes, we should go to one another. Everyone has a portion in the work of God. Even in Russia, even in Europe, and even in the cities, to be honest with each other. So, but who am I on Russia? Am I? If you get out to be in Russia, and find my own issue, you live in the country, more see, I don't actually look in the alleys, I like Russia, Israel, who live in the country, we get out, the Apple, she not on the level, the guy in the level, all the level, get out. Yes, in Russia, to Russia, in Russia, the fire in the alleys, the she would be like, so then you love them, you pass in the fire, so we love them, you get me some of the fire, you do them with the key, you do my something, you have to put that, you put them down, that's the top of so for the size, the passing you do that, the kids when they try to do that, see not see that, see what is that mean? Zedek Shalaka artist. Because he was speaking with not this starts the issue of washing. This has to do with also normal, the general of Allah. He was speaking with Salah, and he should help him to go ahead and this was all clear that he liked him. Normally, else he going in the world, he shows his own money. Because he has to make it on his own, he said, he should change his life. When he lied, he should change his life. But because he was using this opportunity for his own financial advice. Okay, you know what I do. Then you come to that, it's good. I don't actually hear Ali. Zed going Adon. That's just the going. Allah, that's just his life. So, Allah comes to us and says, so what does that mean? I mean, Allah to us is first of all, to the point that this is incredible. Right? The Darshan Yeshua, ultimately are going to try to understand that everybody's a close to one another. Listen, I'm telling you, I'm just going to say something absolutely amazing, which is what is this thing that's what's going on with her? And why are these people identified? Like, there are two of these Rabbanim, and what is Darshan Yeshua. So it's two circles as follows. How does Darshan define Darshan Yeshua? Darshan Yeshua, the people who look for deeper meaning in Yeshua. When you look at a person, it is very easy to size up the structure in the first place. If for some reason it's not a problem, that's not the disability. See the weaknesses of the other, relative weaknesses. So you can just kind of like see it, just when you're at home for a couple of minutes, you can see every word floating about it. You are vocal in life to get out of your way to see the good. See the bad is easy, see the good life is easy. See the good takes a lot of work. So if you listen to the video, say that you're Russia, this one to say that you're Russia, don't try to feel your own. That's easy. That's easy. Just read the Russia, and you can see why they will not have a portion in the work to come. Here's the challenge. There be a dark shade issues. You want to be someone who looks to the good side. You want to find someone ultimately again who pushes and starts to behind it. They need to see the good. Sometimes to see the good in someone, you have to be a dark shade issues. You have to be someone like willing to look into people. You have to be someone who's like, I just don't do the movie. But you don't need to go ahead and sit beyond that. This is really nice to look below in order to be able to find something that is good. But if you're willing to be a dark shade issues, if you're willing to be someone who looks in the people, you need to could be something you can put this the different meaning of different words. Then you will find something good in every single person, even in their secret, even in their relationship, even in your level, even in an outcome. It's just a question how you want to look at people. How's your child? You know, so you have an alpha in a photo level. Go to the shores, which means those who want to look beneath the surface and really look to try to find it. Because also, sometimes in life, if you want to see the good in someone, you have to look really hard. Because there's a lot of people who on the surface present really badly, and beneath the surface present really badly. And even a little bit beneath the initial surface, still present really badly. And if you really be judging to those people and people, then every year you find something beautiful. You find something that you look good. You just have to really undertake the process. It's incredible. Never like it. Allora penso che faccio un nuovo gioco, sai che sto questo quando c'è tanto se non fa da sfogare. E fai la gas, ma c'è also. You know, not just a few things, but all these people are going to own it. You know, if you say that there's nothing, that's what's going to happen. But you can let these people own it. And then down the line, you're going to see these people own it. Then you're going to see who's trusted by God to go back to turn on them. You go into Antonio, who decided to try to fight him. That was going to come from him. There wasn't the expansion on him. He was going to see this cover over there. That was going to come to him. He's going to be all upset. What are you going to say to him? So not to also, on the other hand, our life lasts so million dollars. Instead, we will go about it. You know, my job is to make friends. We got some profile and you throw it out there. If we need each other in this world, this world, my job is to make friends, make them great, make them friends. Let's say when everyone is in a friendship, we're talking to my weapon, let's sustain your life. So that's when we begin to see over there, it comes from the mapa, we go from the top, and she goes, I know that, says my weapon, that's your business. I got this. Yeah, that's a hard part of this. Each weapon runs into his former adversary. In his national park, he says, my job is to make them friends. My job is to make them friends. Which is also such an overwhelming people. And maybe sometimes you hold maybe, and I don't know, maybe touching about and lava, maybe even happen in this world, or even adversaries, or even adversaries, somehow, something can become real. I don't know if it can happen in this world, but usually, it's very hard to go and have that. And I feel that another thing to look forward to, in the afterlife, is that even those bigger abilities, double and Africa, double arms, ability, the ones that actually sit and occupy the same space that everyone is. Maybe it's showing the honor, and you showing the house, and you're out, sugar witnesses and sugar versus showing money. Versus together, and there's no defense back. So what defense back is giving most of two problems as well. And what happens? So the conversation is back to the church and the others. Other than nothing, so let's have it's a fire. Maybe it's a fire second one. Don't need the chiller. After I was second, so how do you make something? So you want to set the fire, so what is the fire? Fire so big chiller. Because look at the two ancestors. We do the children no longer here. Probably sauce is great. Probably sauce is that. I don't know how on the road. It would be a functional factor of the country. So the kind of thing that you would be kind of. Yeah, like your ancestors, the about each other also good. So our ancestors are good. Some ancestors are good. So either way, they're good. So I don't know why you trying to create this material. So we want to share I was saying I was ballerina on the old On the other hand, I was definitely causing the headache. And so again, so I would say to ancestors with strong enough to be traditional, aktive educação havendo giovane, non sapere avrebbe scivolare fare, fai scivolare, scivolare di Napoli, tanti perché un sacco di modi, ci sono due cose di stare fare online, ci sono diceva, se non mi sta stanno diceva ogni gara di questo, so this is very important, this kind of exchange. So the lobby says to us, group of people, YouTube, they say back to the lobby, come here, ever shall not feel lovers, you shall die, shall die love. One means, Lazar, our Zach, so they say specifically, so if you say back to the lobby, right? If you have an ever who is sold by his master, or a woman who was divorced by her husband, who did not put any expectation of the other, or from the husband has any expectation of his wife, there was also within any living to nothing was, but his own son is past passed away. His past passed away. He's been rejected by the master, he's been rejected by the husband. So what he wants from us, listen, it's so profound. By the way, you need to see this is the thing over and over again that you know. But even how we saw worshiping of the Zara, there was still such a connection to our soul. And you can see how we saw raised this situation is that prayers of the Father has been rejected by the Lord Shalom. Ora tem força no navio. Letra morgado. Os nomes desse navio. Eis o Santo Cristo escuta na sua chlaquia. É uma noite chamada Aspen. Eles vão você com um caixão. Do chakra, chakra, and talking back to the navio. As part Israel. Here's your guy. Here's your guy. Like, where's the document that said that tells that I sold you to soul? Well, you say, I do anyway. Don't put this on me. Don't put this on me. I didn't reject you. You rejected me. And now what you're doing is you're projecting. You rejected me. And now you're projecting on me. No, but I rejected you. There's like such a profound psychology here. Let's say anything like the worship of idolatry. How again, God himself, when he's going of the victim, you reject us, folks. I reject you. I reject you. The spiritual generations sin. You rejected me. And now you feel guilty for all of that rejection. So now you're projecting on me that I rejected you. Because the show, where's the God? Where's the God who never said, I never divorced you. I never sent you away. I never sold you out. Now I'm going to tell you his language sin. Brother Abdi, did you connect to Abdi? So what is it going to call it? The also profession is called it's my servant, and we connect to Abdi. So we want this. We don't know when you show up as a higher or one. So I see you saw one of the so people, sorry. Just not when you said the high service is the people. Picking up those kind of things, the color Abdi, the color Abdi, ever to come in the country, ever to meet the country. So this is my story. You know, seven stories that I probably call David is serving and we connect such a servant. So first of all, I say that you understand that when you connect activity, when you connect with the body, when you connect with the region, by coming to connect with the serving of God, then you can express the master, those powerful. Now what again, you know, there's a serving of the master, whatever the serving requires, the master requires. Even when you are collected by the connect, and under his domain, he under his domain of the other, but he still belongs to his part. And not allowing something out. Never is there a rejection by others. Even when we are conquered and subjugated by others, those others themselves are according to a sin, and we asserted in means the fact I belong to the Lord. There is such an overwhelming profound and beautiful delight. Never are we rejected by our Holy Spirit. We may reject God, that's nothing, and as a result, sometimes there's a feeling of just having rejected God. So we project onto God, but He rejected us, and there's nothing for the truth. And the only Hashem never rejects us. He loves us too much to ever reject us. He loves us too much to ever sell us out. He loves us too much to ever give up on us. Incredible. You have to learn this stuff as well. So it's shy, peace, whatever. Finally, you always know the other thing. You're outsourcing your responsibility. You're outsourcing your success to everyone else. The success of your life resides with one person and one person only. And that's you. The fuck of your life stops with one person and one person only. And that's you. Success in life is only for one person and one person only. And that is you. So rein it in. Rein it in. Take control. If you notice, by the way, there's one who doesn't say it's not a struggle. Reality is a struggle. Struggle is a struggle. But I control over whether or not I navigate, how I navigate that struggle. Which Claudius says, I know, I love Claudius. Shall you created it? You created it? So you need to deal with it. Claudius says, you know, essentially, you made the mess, you clean it up. Like, we didn't create Zara. We didn't ask to create Zara. So you created it. So because you created it ultimately again, you have to deal with it. So we'll say, by the way, that's how the humor ends. That's how it ends. So by the way, and the client called the triple out. Client the triple out. No. Well, how do we really get you back? Because the conversation goes back. It's a circular conversation. Because clients will once again say, yeah, God, it's your problem. Not my problem. You can't meet Zara. You did this, you clean it up. And I will say, shit, I never had this. Because when I failed to take responsibility, because she wasn't so scared to take responsibility, because I have to take responsibility. I have to take responsibility. I think responsibility when I broke in the mirror and I have to recognize that. And all of the failures in my life are mine. Are mine. They're my failures. They're my failures. And that hurts. And that's difficult. And that's painful. And most of us do not want to deal with that pain. So instead, we spend our lifetime running from responsibility and attributing fault to anyone and everyone else around. So you never because really, can get you back. Instead, if you just find the courage just to say, I don't know, it's me. It's me. Yeah, almost every single thing that's going on in life is me. I own it. What do you do? Once you overcome that pain, and that feeling of almost like debilitating shock of this like you the things that haven't been right, you go, yes, I'm amazing. And that's what he says. If you believe that you have the ability to break it, then you have the ability to fix it. The reins are then mine. And once the reins are mine, we'll get clear out of it. I can control that trip. I can control that. I can do what I need to do. I can try to use the conversation and the opportunity for the last 2,000 years. Those are the problems. It's always someone else's problem. Once it's someone else's problem, the chances are it's never going to get fixed. If you finally can't control it, then you can control that. But you're the others. Should we go to this fucking Bilan kapitan so Bilan below arms. What is this thing like that Bilan over there? What's the name Bilan? So Bilan is below arms. Without a nation, never ahead. Bilan Shabala arm. Bilan is going to drop down to nation. That's actually going to see that's a reference about the Bilan was unable to process. He's going to be follow the idea about the immorality. Benbaar, Shabbat begin. Why is it called Benbaar? Because the relation with a donkey. We'll come back to that in a second. Tana, so here says Tana, Hubaar, Hutisha Yushasayin, Hubaar. That's pretty wild. So Bilam's father was Baar. His name is Baar. His Kushan Yushasayin is also Lava. Wow. He's also Lava. So we might say Baar, Shabbat out. Something to do with Baar because they're really doing the donkey. Kushan Yushasayin is going to be the other state of Israel because he did two terrible things. He did two terrible things. To drop Israel. That Achaz b'nei Yaakov, so Achaz b'nei Yaakov, Achaz b'nei Shvot HaShofet. One was during the days of Yaakov, that year represents he was in Laban, and the other during the days of Yeshua. Okay, so you know, so Rashi says, I'm sorry, the Nisas Yoshua, right? Okay, then you know, it's about the Mashmo is actually Laban Ha'aram. Actually, it was Laban. Interesting. So now it says, see, which was about the way, and if you press that Kilam, or the son of Laban. And then it's the son of Laban, which is pretty incredible. So you know, it says, but also in general about it, also with Laban, incredibly old. So one of these things actually do, right? Because it's actually not like people are just crossing the road. Somebody possessed the city, but like really, you can see some attitude about it. But I'm like, go to the Lord, what he does it. You know, what do you say? What do you say? And have a very minded. Love and teaching love for us a whole. Right? Love and love to uproot everything. What if you're them? They don't be rich like for us a whole. They don't have the same state of mission. So you know it says, see when God sees in your God. So it says, the Son of God. So in one passage says that William is the Son of God. And then it reads that God is the Son of God. Which one is it? I'm not really sure. I'm sorry. I'm not arguing. We know who he is. So in certain respect, Baal, like Baal was the son of the son of the slave of being prophet. So his father was Baal. The son was Balaam. That man was a great prophet of his father. He was the father of his like the father, and the father to his father in the realm of prophecy. Okay? Balaam did also the Amadasi. Yes, it's really interesting. So the fact that it says that Balaam doesn't go calling out, but what does it indicate? But other Gentiles secrets on Mother. The Lord is going on as well. Which the Lord says. You must listen to me. Let me see my Christian focus. Is it you with this respect? So you must have your shield. So you can sign your letter on there. Your shield will show the show up. As there is a grand king. What is it? Your shield will show the show up. What does it mean? Does it the weak goes to the shawl to the enemy? Only puncturing Israel. This affects the sinners of Israel. All the guns straight there on the king. All the guns will forget Hashem. Any puncturing opened their heart. Well, that's what it means. If you notice over here, you know, a little bit of the days. So the children of the brothers is emos ha-olam. Usually it's supposed to say, this refers to the nations of the world. We do not have a point in the world. So how do you become kosher of this heaven? If you get to my guys, it says that the first line of food are censored. This Gemara is censored because it's censored Gemara. Originally said that again, members of the nation of the world do not have a portion of the world to come. All of them. But only not for Jews. Only for Jews, not for the nations of the world. The sentence was changed it ultimately again to say the sins of the nations of the world. So there's a lot of everyone says, the river of the only the church was not a few them out. So the whole gunning, that will never ever go, you should be looking. And the children of the show, what about who did I say? She was saying, she was in my country, you the nations of the world don't call them my brother. So one of the things says, yes, only those who forget Hashem amongst the nations of the world don't call them Abba. And other thing is, all the Abba is yes, I'm not my focus, okay? But also Russia must consider themselves. Even Bill himself, even as an apostle, obviously, on the show, is actually the idea that the ancient righteous Gentiles do get to all Abba. Right? Because again, otherwise, why are you excluding Finland from all America? So I'm just clearly tracking the idea that Allah also likes Gentiles actually people to all Abba. Okay. So you know, the human thing in himself is really silly. But there's a silly. So the other guy says, I'm not okay. If you knows you I know. Also, when you're not going to go online, the second guy says, I was like, let's start doing that video later. So they can look into it, let's get on thing. Tomorrow, the worst was going to come in for you. So therefore, again, we're better to the partner is going to be space. You only need up there and you that's the idea here. So even though we don't finish each other, so maybe I'm on it. So I said, so you get a lot of things that you get from there. I feel like commentary applies when we do that together. I'm going to pop behind the main sheet. I pushed out the shoulder, I'll give you the rock, and I've left the dish like that. Really translated, the weasel from the front, I had a feast from the back of the one in the back mouth. Again, one of those ones that doesn't translate so well, right? Like that is the idea. So how do you idea is catch the user is don't get along. And the piece of coming over, they need to gang us together. This other person. So they actually started off in the long, decided to say, no, that, so the hundred of them, and then the vice itself of that, the messengers of Mars speaking to them. So it's like some reason they go, where is that some reason go? So they were never really real about it, so that's what's come down, I'm running this the soil, so the message that we're going to be on, so once the level is able to give them a video, so I think could have been part of the party stuff. And they said, you know what, they get you guys off the back of you. So we like that was still a blessing people to be changed. Something is going on in Russia for the world. It's like, that's probably not going to go for this. Is there any such thing as a father who despises his son? He doesn't really like father. So the Russian leader realized, fuck you. He's just not going to do it. Because it was only going to tell him, I'm not going to chutzpah is a very chutzpah, people probably shmai in the honey. So chutzpah is a very powerful tool. Right? So chutzpah, even against somebody powerful, is able to affect change our social needs. They obviously will say it in mind, you begin to learn as a class, you should go in the first practice, right? So first of all, we say, don't go with them. We are amazing, we are not feel like this, so with our souls, pull it. And make it become. We say, go with them. Go with them. What do you see from here? The name is supposed to be it. The name is supposed to be it. But chutzpah sometimes pays off. What's that? We know this in the sometimes, chutzpah usually is spoken out in a negative way. And sometimes chutzpah actually powerful and powerful. I guess that was all. We don't do that one well. And when you see people in a culture with animals, this is an element about something. Sometimes you have to respond to your language, so to speak. Yeah, I'm going to choose this chutzpah. Not this similar pattern. Chutzpah is like a penis out of prayer. Like penis out of prayer, how do you say you should affect some level of change? Not just the change, but as we go through the translation, it's a very big this goes back to this sort of back. Remember the old story you saw? That the teachers beat the disaster, but what did the captain say? I'm shit all the time. The book said, he is different people. That's chutzpah. These are chutzpah. These are chutzpah. Chutzpah is part of what's that best. And chutzpah is what you use that body still. If you're going to sustain us behind ages. Chutzpah is powerful if used in the right way. It's shit. I know that you're I'm not sure everything is shit. I'm not going to keep your bravo a casa. Still in his cripple. One of his legs. Sure, no. I mean, that's shit. She showed the straight out. She made it. She showed the multiple drugs. Sure, no. She told me I like a lot. I know she princess. You know, so that has been in her. They don't flying to one eye. You know, man. She's so higher. She's so higher. So, posting by my side. Furthermore, we just need to keep it so serene because my community. All right. I don't know. Right, so let's just see how it says over here. No self neglect. Okay. No fuck together united. Give us something in common will for our visa. So let's look without the watch of the foundation of intimacy. The secret word again is the sorcery was done again. The sorcery was done with the love of the almost considered behind us. But we just said that they resource again making lost. Maybe Brazil are not check for our soya. Obviously, what it means is to reach more out of the back. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm going to say, I also want to be like, also we resource again, niggas, I'm like, so that you just so much. I'm going to buy a soya. I'm going to use it. So, color shaka. C'est pas ça, on the days, color and left shaka. So it's the same Russian that is here as color, like in the culture over. It's the same Russian that you by sister or the language share relationship. Now you're there, that's our way. And what you are getting so good on me, that's what I'm going to start. Actually, that's going to go up on the other. That's all going to be like that. So, again, it's going to be back. Right now, just we have strong, right? So, come on. The fact that it's just to report it's like the guys can see the amount of change on the ground that's still in front of them. You don't keep speaking without keeping forward. So, you guys are doing pretty things on the back and you notice how that can respond to you. So, you guys like that, you know what it says. So, you guys like that, so they go on the word. Listen to this. So, you want to be rush control control. You get away. That is very interesting because ultimately, the ministry of law set in the Bible. By the way, my camera factor system. So it's very interesting. They don't follow the laws with the ministers of law. The ministers of law will supply what you are doing on a balance. They say, where's your voice? Where's your voice? What's going on here? So what's this? So I'm going to shut down creativa. So what's this is great. So then it says, oh, you know what? Like, it's like that's me. Like, you know, why you around that? I was all like you. That's all like you. So, I don't know. So he said, oh, this is a long way. It's a long way. It's in the shop. It's in the shop. Right? You know, that voice is out. You know, that voice is out. It's racing. It's really on the night, I got to get some stuff. So it's just people to speak up and do it. I'm another 100 donkeys. 100 donkeys. I don't know to do about I don't be right on you. I just use you to go ahead and transfer stuff. Like my transfer, you need to get my hip. So you want you. So you should go ahead and put on my electricity. Or my, you know, what I'm going to actually got that on the donkey. So if I do the I show up. All right. What are you talking about? You're using all the time. You write on me all the time. So I thought about almost. Sometimes I write on you again when my primary, you know, like the primary form of transportation is in the shop. So I always try that on the exact point you're talking about. You're writing on me again. I will actually also come my city shit for my life. Okay, pretty much the day she says, right, will be again. Yeah, your friends is about many services for you. Right? Transportation and other. Right? Transportation and other. That's the guy who does it primarily. But it's also in the about this. We always see like this is just shit done to you. That's what you go such a amazing, like it's such a really so disgusting guy. Like what you do to me and at least recognize the real life in your life. Like you have to be degenerate. You are degenerate. Don't be infinite and degenerate. Like this is relevant. So you know what it says? See how my skin is kind of supposed to be as I remind you again, that's how it was obviously again. So when you guys argue is not just one thing that you know about so let's show you that having a charge on every place spot. What you don't do is that comes to the perspective is maybe that those words are you don't get a week, so just one moment a day. Give them that exact service. Every time you run these cells, and you support them like yes, but I'm going to put my phone on sitting on the wall. Chicken and like yoga. When my back to the upper session, what does it mean that again, when we're trying to pursue, what does it mean the righteousness of Hashem? My man back to the upper session, and we're talking himself to do that. How much is that was actually seen of him? Do you know when Dylan was trying to pursue, how much signal that did this week? I'm so. To look at us, also in the middle of Russia. Remember, the good of the exactly next to the bad guys. Because what was that? All the things that Dylan was trying to pursue. I did not get angry for one moment that entire time. So you know what it says? The mother has to put outside of it. Because had I gone ahead and gotten angry, then I was down for that one moment. If you look at the person during that one moment, they will destroy you. If you look at it, they will destroy you. So if that was a miraculous thing, I did not get angry at you at all during that entire time. So you know what it says? So the ball, I would come with a good on the ball, my echo. Go cover club. So this is me up. This is what Dana said. But I got it all figured out. I know that if I could probably start doing one another thing start to say me, I can tell them. But I don't know what to tell you. God's not getting angry. And because God's not getting angry, therefore what? I am powerless to pay price. So I said, good story, good story. I'm going to do another clip later. And that's going to finish up. You're still up tomorrow. Guys, I mean, that's tremendous. Again, I think it's the way just told you to things out of moderation. Just the way up. Well, there you go. Perhaps the most Texas ending to a show humanly possible. Not really funny at all. Just talking about how many guns are, you know what I mean? How loud can this place get with a great William on Phil Cody, live in Austin, Texas, brought by the Yellow Rose and the Red Rose. Blue North and Vodka Seltzer. How about a hand for my guest tonight, Dylan Sullivan, everybody. He's on Instagram at Dylan Ray, SULL. All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of the sponsors for this morning's cheer today. Our annual Comic Con sponsor production, Bay Area Christmas Reference itself. We're dedicating all the children trust us this year. As is the first to the solar struggles for Annie Straw. Our Comic Con sponsors for the month of Nissan arriving with over 4 pallets in consolidation of the Nissan birthplace of his wife, Kathy, and his granddaughter, Tikva Esther. Anonymous sponsorship brings the voice of singles for all of our children. This will be a month of English stream of the Cloudy Snow. The affirmation telling the memory of Abram's mother, Sarah Reina Bas Yoshua Esther, is the following as well. Our week of learning sponsors, Paul Jackie College, the nation of the US, and Paul's father, Small Ben, is a carrier of a great grandmother, Cyril, of Jordan, lucky up in America. All right, I'm all the show having a leader. Families being a cover, all the girls in the news, 7 things, folks, and the love. We also to bring home our pastor, the Carol, and our Holy Soldiers, test the color of Master. What's with that? You our passion today, that is Coupe 105. We are picking up the message on Cook Down on the Breeze 104B, got 2 lines down from the top. We are in a beautiful Gemara right now that's kind of moving Gemara, talking about the secret of Echo. So the Gemara says this how it's the whole tip kept alive. So again, speaking about the conflict on yourself, try at night. The Gemara points out the idea that it's the whole tip, yeah, it's 2 fields, 2 clients. So why double client? You should need to feel hello, Rama. Why are 2 clients in the city? I'm going to open on Echad al-Mikdash Rishon, the Echad al-Mikdash. 1 client ultimately again for the destruction of the first case of Mikdash, and 1 client for the destruction of the second case. Balayla. So why is crying at night? Ishki Lailas, there's a deeper metaphor in this. What's the cry at night? For that which occurred at night. What is this in reference to? Shneimar was a very profound Shneimar. Batisa Kola Iga Bayifin Kolon Bayifkwa Amba Laila Hagu. A reference to Chet Miracle, sin of the spies. The Apostle says that when the spies came back, delivered the disastrous report, so the entire nation began to cry that night. The Gemara says, Omer Rabba, Omer Rabbi Yochanan, O Sayom Mel Tesh Ba'av Hava. That night was the night of Tisha B'Av. Amar Lahan HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and again, so HaKadosh Baruch Hu says to Kal Yisrael, Atem, the peace and the Shechina, you're crying for absolutely no reason. In other words, there's nothing wrong with their side, so it's perfect. And I will give you a true reason to cry for the future generation. A very overwhelming demand. What does it say? That Bachot of Kabbalah, so listen, just trying to understand the idea over here is that Yerushalayim is like this widow who cries. Well, the widow cries by day, the widow cries by night. Why does Eicha highlight the nighttime cries? Because when you cry at night, your voice carries more. Since at night is less background noise. When a person cries at night, their cries are more profound. Furthermore, when you cry at night, so to speak, that the stars and the constellations cry along with you. And you also furthermore, that when a person cries at night, anyone else who hears those cries along with them. Now, the truth is, the straight answer also really goes on the previous two. When you cry at night, ultimately the voice carries. When you cry at night, the stars, the constellations cry along with you. There's this profound sense of crying. Because of that, when people hear other people crying at night, it's almost as if the crying spreads. So it's a very beautiful Gemara, profound Gemara. Maisa Isha Achas, Entos Davigamil, Shamis Bina. It was the story of a particular woman. She was the neighbor of Davigamil, and she lost her son. And she would cry over him every Shamra Davigamil Kolot, the Bachar Kinekja. Davigamil heard her crying, and he began to cry as well. I will say that this is such a profound Gemara about empathy. And they would hear this bereaved mother crying over her child. The Gemara himself would cry, actually, literally saying, literally again, he cried so until his eyelashes fell out. To the point of like physical detriment. You do not see the machar, take your love from your love, or it's finished with us. The next thing is to realize what was happening, how much he internalized his pain, and he moved him to a different place. Mother was like, the Masal left here. Tears on her cheek. I'm looking around. Kiisha Shabocha Abal Muriah. Also, the idea of here is tear on the cheeks. And this represents this idea of crying, and the crying doesn't stop. Right? The tears are always there. There are different kinds of losses. There's a loss that you cry over, but then you're able to move forward. And then there are other losses that sometimes paralyze us in place. This idea of tears on the cheek represents this second type of loss. Where the loss is almost like immobilizing. The fear is always there. What type of loss is that? Like the woman who loses the husband of her youth, Adam in Gal. As she says, the woman should both have tummy and it's in the sweet of the The woman who loses the husband of her youth, that's the man who she marries and actually she lives on. The person who she intended on building for like this. She loses that life partner, it's almost like an inconsolable loss that's there. That's how the person describes the loss of Yerushalayim. Incredible. She and I, she liked it. You could see that her Rasak, how you said how much. So literally again, the enemies become like the leaders. And we're all about what you're going to Mesa and Yisrael Nasarosh. If you have problems for cloudy snow, you are catapulted to greatness. This is an interesting idea. The more you oppress and the more you hate cloudy snow, you'll be made a leader. You'll be made a leader. Shneimar, Kilo Mu'af Hashem Yisak Lot Yisrael. I felt artists, even the artists, I tell you the Akar just did that Hayam, Hava Ayardin, Govio Hafayim. So this is an interesting idea. That essentially, in order to hurt cloudy slow. You have that Krishna comes. He probably doesn't deliver us into the hands of a noble. And therefore, someone's going to attack us. I guess if we're going to be given a position of exalted leaders. I don't know, I'm not sure. So I make it easy, so I know I. So there will be whoever calls the function. Cloudy slow never tires. It's almost as if some of the people have boundless energy in order to be able to affect their people. Well, they can go over that. I'm mediocre and you kind of improving on me in the Torah. What's interesting enough, while they can go over there is almost like saying these fellows should not be faulty. You know, so the way you see proving on the Torah, what's proving on? So Rashi, I think, I said proving on, especially when sometimes when something bad happens, a person would say you should never experience this type of misfortune. That's called proving on. So that's the concept is saying, well, they can over there, what's happened to us shouldn't happen to anyone else. This is actually why the signs come over got up on the bottom of the Mirav, the Suri come over on us. The even the stone, it's so. The Shraku treated Yerushalayim, right, the Yerushalayim Kabisel, as if we were over out that, as if we transgressed the tenets of the Shraku. So, either the stone sieve, by Shem into our stone. Right, by stone it says that Shem caused it to rain on fire. The Yerushalayim sieve, Yimaron Shalach each Bas Mosa by Yerushalayim. The sieve, by Yigdal Avon Bas Amini Kakas stone. Ultimately, again, the Pasuk says that he says that the actions of Klal Yisrael surpass the actions of stone. That he must have found each other. Amarava, this is Amar Yochanan, neither you see the heights of Yerushalayim, the heights of the stone. So listen, this is incredible. But as terrible as, unfortunately, the behavior of Yerushalayim had become, Yerushalayim can still possess one attribute beyond stone. What was the attribute beyond stone? This is incredible. To the stone says, Hine zeh haya avon soma chesed. Go. Shilas lachem. Biyad ani v'ayon lo mitzvah. In stone, there is no sharing. Like in stone, whatever you had, you kept for yourself. And again, nothing was ever shared with the other. Also, this is the one. On the other hand, you do trying to see it. The day in Russian Mashmanos, history of it. Yerushalayim, the hunger and starvation have become so acute that literally, again, one of the women ate their own children. And also the women, so it's just like such a fascinating twist. Even when they cooked their own children, they invited their neighbors. In other words, they shared what they had with others. Which is also like such an overwhelming piece of stone. There was such depravity, and in the midst of all the depravity, there was also an unwillingness to be able to be there and to help the others. In Yerushalayim, even when things became most terrible, people were always going to look out for one another. Incredible. It was the Sira Kalavi Hashem to be good. Adam from the Fanero, Nifsala Makboya. The person who says to his friend, his currency, which was once worth so much, is now worth nothing. God's Yalaf Akihan, and Rava Amar Yochanan, which Ramahik in Kala'ani, why is this here? To remember again. Echa, which goes over the other days. Yet interesting enough, if you look at the concept, God's Yalaf Akihan, if the now opened up against you, if you notice that K is before I, even though normally I is before K. What's going on over here? Ishmael Hamid Kasihan Mashra Ro'ibay. And from that, they said something with their mouth, even though they did not see it with their eyes. In other words, they delivered this disastrous report about Eretz Yisrael, even though it was not truly reflective of what they saw. Hopefully, Lechem Hashem, hopefully, Lechem, Over Ami up, you Lechem Hashem, Mokarao, Amrava, Amriokan, and often Lechem Israel, Time Lechem. Shino Okan Lechem Israel, in a time Lechem, every each of the Cloud Israel is taste the bread truly is. Yeah, but that means the better Cloud Israel won't taste the bread truly is. Also, that is the better part of this room. I think there's a said, bread represents sustenance. Bread represents the core of existence. if you want to understand what existence is, look at Child Israel. If you look at anyone else, you'll find pieces of what it means to lead a meaningful life, but you won't find the entire picture. Only Child Israel has the real lesson of existence. Hashem wrote so this refers to correct judges. Yishmael says, this refers to the teachers of young children who shirk their responsibility and do not give a proper chinuch to the Jewish children. Me, I put up to them, and Rashi, so that's the end of the account. The other mark was like, so now remember again, the primary topic that the Gemara is occupied in is the list of the three things found before I dealt with the four regular people who don't have a portion in the world. So the Gemara said, by the way, who compiled the list? Who decided who's on this list and who's not on this list? So Rashi, Shake Knesses Hagidolah, is actually Knesses Hagidolah, Renegade Assembly. Was over again. Was the rabbinic body that was essentially from the end of the second, first base in the Tush to the second base in the Tush. That's actually very sort of they did a lot of things. Like they created Tefillah as we know it today. So they created this list. Big shoe old Windows effort. Listen, they wanted to add another person to this. And this is actually pretty wild. The Gemara says they wanted to add Shlomo HaMelech to this list. Listen out, remember again, we've already seen this before, to make the number for himself is that by Shlomo says, Vayas Hara B'nei Hashem. The Shlomo did which was that which was terrible in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and the cousin sees that he worshipped idolatry. Now, the Gemara clarified that the U.S. what happening was, Shlomo married a lot of women. His wives brought in a lot of idolatry, and he did nothing to stop its practice. So, in that sense, he's responsible for idolatry, even though he himself never worshipped idolatry. So they wanted to add Shlomo to the list. So the Gemara says, so he comes before him, Davrana appears to them, and Davrana placates himself before them, saying, please don't do this. They paid no attention. The Loch got each Pesach Samarim. The Lord Shkifala, fire came down from the heavens. They started like literally again, like looking at their benches. And actually said, go look, he's again clearly his voicing his displeasure with this decision. But yet they did not pay any attention to it. Remember again, Loba Shanaisi, who's probably just decide Torah. Leave the side Torah. Yotz Sabaskova, Amra Lahem, Chazis Ishma Verbe Melachto, his name of Isasi, by Isasi with me, Fashizim, Mishahikim, Sagan. So then the Baskov comes out. The Baskov says, ultimately, again, have you seen a man who does his work quickly? The fourth things he will be. What does this mean? So, because Baruch says, so it says, Mishahikim, they see that they sell. So first of all, Shlomo built my house before his house. He built his mikdash before he built his own house. Well, not only that, Elisha but the base of one of the Shalosh. It took him 7 years to build my base of mikdash, and 13 years to build his own house. The Gemara says, with name of walking the Yatzid, God is Yatzid Hashem. So again, this is the Baskel is saying, how could such a man be trying to be king to that way? But he should dwell among the rest of the king once again, or Shkiachada, the occupants have never paid no attention to this Baskel. They just thought that it was incorrect. As you know, the Yotza Baskel of Amra, and Hamekim, Kishamenek, in the aspect, the attractive part of the law. I mean, finally, what's the sense of the Baskel? This is all of Haba is my property. It's not yours. You don't decide who goes to Olam Haba and who doesn't go to Olam Haba, and you don't understand the controllers. So therefore, again, it's so interesting to say that he's probably trying to intervene in a more mild manner, although it's things like and at the end, essentially, what it says is, yes, you're right. Allah belongs to you. Allah belongs to you. Decision-making processes when it comes to the adjudication of law belong to you. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to who goes to Olam Haba, who doesn't come to Olam
How are
Haba,
you?
that's up to you. That's up to you.
Yo, big,
And therefore, even Shlomo was not
yo, big dog, are you a member of my Discord?
We were brought in the Olam Haba. What's it? So Darshan
Join my Discord, big man.
Rashi's place over here.
Invite a bunch of people in here.
Darshan Psukim, Kibbutz, as Harashon Yipsav, and I say, Om Shal Kulam Yishkel,
Alright, join my Discord, big dog.
so Rasha, so I said, Darshan Yishumas. Say, everyone has everyone, again, also this is the opening line of the Mishnah. Always, everyone has a portion in the Lord. Even Menashe, even Yerabban, even if you so you know, it's incredible. So, Kulamana Olam Shneimar, Likilad, Menashe, Ephraim Ma'od Roshi, Yehudim Mechokikim, Moab Sirachsim, Al Edom Ashkef Ne'ali, Alai Koshas Yisrael. Li Gilad, Ze'achov, Shinachov Ramos Gilad. He died in the battle of Ramot Gilad. Next, Menashe. Ephraim Ma'oz Roshi, who desired Totu. Zeir Ravam, the Kasim Ephraim. First to Ravam, he came from the tribe of Ephraim. Yehudim Mechokikim, he was my scepter. Ze'achitophel. Therefore, Ze'achitophel. David HaMelech, son of Advisor, top of Kofar Bozai. The Kasim Yehuda, who came from the tribe of Yehuda. Seir Moab, Sirachsi, what does that mean? Gehazi, Shalaka Iski with pizza. Gehazi was stricken with mountains because of the issue of washing, which has to do with the Naaman, the general of Aram, who was stricken with Salas. Elisha tells him to go ahead and immerse himself in the Yarden. He does so. Naaman wants to go ahead and reward Elisha. Elisha says, I don't want any money. And Gehazi afterwards came on his own and said, Elisha changed his mind. Not lie. This is the change his mind. But Gehazi was using this opportunity for his own financial advancement. Okay, the more was like to Zed Gehazi is giving pizza. I don't actually Nali. Zed going had going. Therefore, to going. Alai fleshes Israeli. So the Alai fleshes Israeli. Someone says, oh, so what does that mean? Abu Malach. Someone says, first of all, I just want to point out this is incredible. Right? The Darshan Rishumos. Ultimately, again, I'll try to understand that everybody's a Filipino around. Now, listen, before we go on, I just mentioned something absolutely amazing, which is what does this mean? What's going on over here? And why aren't these people identified? Like, who are these rabbanim? Who are these Darshan Rishumos? So what's interesting to note is as follows. How does Rashi define Darshan Rishumos? Darshan Psukim. They're people who look for deeper meaning in Psukim. And what does this mean? Saying? In life, when you look at a person, it is very easy to size up your shortcomings and right? And for some reason, it's not a program does one thing, it's the ability to see the weaknesses of the other relatively quickly. You can just kind of like see that, just when you meet that person for a couple of minutes, you can see everything that's broken about them. The avoda in life is to go out of your way to see the good. To see the bad is easy. To see the broken type is easy. To see the good takes a lot of work. So you know something over there? To say that Menashe, this one, to say that Yerabban, Achav, Menashe, don't have to Abba, that's easy. That's easy. That's just reading enough. And you can see why they were not portion in the world. But here's the shayla. Do you want to be a Darshan Rishumos? Do you want to be someone who looks for the good inside? Do you want to find someone ultimately again who pushes themselves to go out of their way to see the good? To see sometimes to see the good in someone, you have to be a Darshan Rishumos. You have to be someone like willing to look into Psukim. You have to be someone who's going to like understand deeper meaning. You have to be willing to go ahead and see beyond that which is written and to look below in order to be able to find something that is good. But if you're willing to be a Darshan Rishumos, if you're willing to be someone who looks in the deep meaning of Psukim, if you're willing to be someone who reinterprets the different meaning of different words, then you will find something good in every single person. Even in the most evil, even in a Menashe, even in a Yerabban, even in an Achav. It's just a question of how you want to live with people. Pashat Pshat, Menashe, Yerabban, Achav, even in some people in Achav. Darshim Shumos, which means those who want to look beneath the surface and really look to try to find it. Because you know, it's like sometimes in life, if you want to see the good in someone, you have to work really hard. Because there's a lot of people who on the surface present really badly, and beneath the surface present really badly. And even a little bit beneath the initial surface, still present really badly. And if you really do Darshim Shumos, dig deeper and deeper and deeper, in every yid, you find something beautiful. You find something magnificent. You just have to be willing to undertake the process. It's incredible. Remember weiter. Aber auch der Chance, das war immer schon Lobo David. Schade, dass er nicht die Orange Spanne. Es war einfach das Mata aus der Welt. Incredible. Maroc says this is powerful. It's Dabranala, right? It's Dabranala. Those are the comments before you. They say this is so beautiful. Now what happens? So according to these approaches, that all of these people we just mentioned were people who are exclusive of Hava according to these models, right? Not just the three kings, but Doeg, Afi, Tofel, all of these people now go to Olam Haba. So the Malach said that there's nothing. So what's going to happen? Right? You're going to let these people into Olam Haba. And then David Amalek is going to see these people in Olam Haba. David Amalek is going to see his trusted advisor, Afi, Tofel, return on me. Doeg has told me, he incited Saul to try to kill him. That was going to come to Olam Haba. He's going to walk into the expansion of Olam Haba. And he's going to see this Kavla over there. David is going to come to him. He's going to be all upset. What are you going to say to him? So this is incredible. So, Ma'ata Oshalo, Amalahem, Alai La Sosan Leim Zebasa. So he's probably don't worry about it. You know what my job is? To make David and Melech friends with Achitofel and with Doeg Hagen. If they meet each other in the base traditional and Haba, my job is to make them friends, make them real, make them friends. And they say, what an overwhelming demand. Essentially, if you're probably just going to love him, that's what's staying with him. So inshallah, so we begin to see over and over when it comes to Allah, the Baruch Shalom himself, actually, says, love him, that's your business. I got this. There was how incredible is this. If God runs into his former actor, in the church, he says, my job is to make them friends. My job is to make them friends. Because there's such a overwhelming people. Maybe sometimes you hurt. Maybe. And I don't know, maybe it's a function of Olava. Maybe it can even happen in this world. That even adversaries, like even Jewish adversaries, somehow, some way, can become real. I don't know if it can happen in this world, or maybe it's also going to happen in Olava. And at the end of the day, another thing to look forward to in the afterlife is that even the most bitter of enemies, even a governor and after governor and a Doeg, when the Years Hashem sit and occupy the same space in Olava. Overwhelming. מדוע שוב הארץ, הירושלים ישוע ישוחס, אמרה שוב הנפסלס שיבת נס ישראל enough. This is the government, this is Nabi Cheskel. So Nabi Cheskel is giving Moshe to Klal Yisrael. And what happens? So the Klal Yisrael gave back the good to the Nabi. I'm going to Nabi. Sorry, Zechariah. Nabi Zechariah said to them, because of the Tshuva, go ahead and do Tshuva. After all, I will say them Shechatu Heifan. So the Nabi says to Christ, the Nabi Zechariah says to Christ did Tshuva, because look what happened to your ancestors who didn't do Tshuva. They're no longer here. Klal Yisrael is great. Klal Yisrael says back, Arolahem, Amrullah, in the Biacham Shech. So it's not exactly a good kind of. Right, your ancestors who were valid children are also dead. So our ancestors are dead, your ancestors are dead. So either way, they're dead. So why is it trying to make this the tshuva? You know, as a shalem, I will say them ayedim. Vayedim ala olam yichu, amalahem, I will say them chazru v'hodim. So again, so the China says your ancestors were strong enough to do tshuva shneimar. Activate the book Yasher Tzidi says at the end of the year, Shmuel Amar, Bo Hashem Adam Shul Lefanav, Ayishul Lefanav. Shmuel says what ended up happening was 10 people came and sat before the Nabi. This was the episode of the Tzadi Lefanav. On the other hand, here's the tshuva. So the Nabi says them the tshuva. Amrullah listen to this. So this is very profound exchange. So the Nabi says to this group of 10 people, do tshuva. They say back to the Nabi, Amrullah, Eved Shemachru Rabbo, V'isha Shegar Shabayla, Klum Nish Mazeh Al Zeh. So it's interesting. So the Jews say back to the Nabi, right? If you have an Eved who was sold by his master, or a woman who was divorced, by her husband. Could the master have any expectation of the other, or can the husband have any expectation of his wife? What they were telling the Navi was that Ribono Shalom has cast us away. He's cast us away. We've been rejected by the master. We've been rejected by the husband. So what do you want from us? In fact, listen, it's so profound. Begin to see this theme over and over. You see Sati Gemara. Even when Klal Yisrael was worshiping Avodah Zarah, there was still such a connection to Hashem. And you can see Klal Yisrael, at least in the 16th over here, simply for the Baruch because they felt rejected by the Ribono Shalom. Allah HaKadosh Baruch Hu Nabi, Lechem Alahem. Baruch says to Nabi, Eiz Sefer Krisos Inchan Asher Shlachtia, O Mima Lo Sheshem Echarti Eshem Lo Hein Ba Borosechem Nimkartem O B'Shachem Shalcha Inchan. Baruch is back to Nabi, ask Klal Yisrael, where's your get? Where's your get? Like, where's the document of sale that says that I sold you this? So, Baruch says, no. Don't put this on me. Don't put this on me. I didn't reject you. You rejected me. And now what you're doing is you rejected me, and now you're projecting on me. Not that I rejected you. So I say such a profound, so much psychology here. Also in like the worship of idolatry. How again, Klal Yisrael plays the role of the victim. You reject us. I rejected you. I rejected you. You spent generations sinning. You rejected me. And now you feel guilty for all of that rejection. So now you're projecting me that I rejected you. If that's the show, where's the get? Where's the document of sale? I never divorced you. I never sent you away. I never sold you out. Now the Rish Lakish might have said, David Abdi, Nebuchadnezzar Abdi, what is it in the Pasuk? David, my servant, and Nebuchadnezzar, my servant. Says the Lord, this mean, David, we are going to bring you Shakama Bahaya Olam, Shasidi Yisrael Lomar Kach, so people, sorry. This problem is that a Kaiser only says, Tichach, take them out of this Baruch with the Kara Abdo, Eved, the Kara Abdo, Eved should come in the Chassin, Eved needs the Chassin. So also this is fascinating. It sounds strange that when Prophet calls David his servant and Nebuchadnezzar his servant. So first of all, it seems that we always understand that when Nebuchadnezzar did, it wasn't Nebuchadnezzar was his God. Nebuchadnezzar was the agent. If I call Nebuchadnezzar the servant of God, then he's the master. Who's the master? There's Baruch. Now what does that mean? When he's a servant of the master, whatever the servant requires, the master requires. Even when we were conquered by Nebuchadnezzar, and under his domain, we are under the domain of the event, but we still belong to his and that is this idea. Never is there a rejection by a Baruch. Even when we are conquered and subjugated by others, those others themselves are talking to Hashem, and being a servant to the servant still means that what? I belong to the master. There is such a overwhelming and beautiful humility. Never are we rejected by a child. We may reject God, which does happen, and as a result, sometimes there's a feeling of guilt having rejected God. So we project onto God that He rejected us, but there's nothing further from the truth. And Ribono Shel Olam never rejects us. He loves us too much to ever reject us. He loves us too much to ever sell us out. He loves us too much to ever give up on us. It's incredible. Va'ola al ruchachem, haya lo sia asher atem omim, yet again v'shachos aros. It's the sharis, eats va'even. Chayani no'omer shel Elokim. Lobian, Azakah, Ubizwan, Tuya, Ubukim, Shkuka, Umrochave, Umrab Nachlim, Kol Kiai, Risak, Rasmona, Alon, Lifakiman. Let HaKadosh Baruch Hu give us any years He wants at us, but at least redeem us. As you will say, sometimes, it's almost as if, like in a relationship, sometimes there's tension, and you're not feeling anything, you're not saying anything, but you know that there's all this tension building, and what do you want more than anything? Like, let's do this. Like, get it out. Whatever it is, as ugly as it's going to be, let's just go ahead and have the negativity, let's have the yelling, the screaming, and let's have the argument, or whatever it is, let's just get it done. Let's keep doing this, I'll show you. So let's give you a whole whatever you've got. whatever you've got. Just bring it. Let's do this. Accept whatever your questions of our actions are. And then we want to be with you. The Yisrael Mishpat Alakav Yomeru. Omra Baruch Omra Navi Yisrael. This is beautiful, I said. Listen, you know it's really amazing. You know it's really amazing. The end of the day, life is so complicated. It's not that complicated. It all comes down to two words. Chazru b'tshuva. Chazru b'tshuva. It's all that's on earth. Obviously, it's much simpler said than done. But it's just the truth. Just come back to me. Just come back to me. We spend our lives running away from what's powerful, and then justifying why we're really allowed to run, or why it's not really running, or why because I subscribe to this, I don't have to do all these different things. And it's exhausting. We invent hashkafas, we invent ideologies, we invent life approaches, all these different things to justify running away from what's powerful and shirking of our religious responsibilities. And it's so hard instead of just coming back. Just give ourselves over to Chazar. Just Chazar b'tshuva. That's it. I'm waiting for you. So Chazar b'tshuva. So what happens? Arlo, hey, on your phone. Like says we can't. Why? Yitzhak Harash Shalei Panu. It was this Gemara is gold. So the Navi says, tell yourself, just b'tshuva, just come back. Tell yourself, so we can't. We have a Yitzhak Harash. Yitzhak Harash is so powerful. Yitzhak Harash is so overwhelming. So what does the Navi? What does the Baruch say? The Baruch says, Amar Lahem, Yisru Yisreichem. So ultimately, what does the Baruch say? Back. Essentially, putting the big white hands, right? And take control of the situation. I got it. You have Yitzhak. I got it. Take control. So what's really interesting. That statement clearly indicates almost like a lack of control. I would come back, but I'm not in charge of Yitzhak. The Baal Shem Tov said, Yisrael Yitzreich, which literally means chastise your Yitzhak. Take control. Take the reins of your life. So Tov said, you understand what's happening in this conversation over here? This is what you go through every single day. I'm not accomplishing anything right now. I'm not doing things I want to do. I'm not the person that I want to be. And if you ask me why it's not happening, why isn't it happening? And it gives you a list of reasons. Right? Now, what's interesting, by the way, is what's the commonality in that entire list? Right? It has nothing to do with me. Right? It's my father never did this, my mother never did this, my spouse doesn't do this, my rabbi doesn't do this, my teacher didn't do this, I never got as much cookies as the other kids. All the other things, right? And there's a whole list of things that are responsible for why I am not the person I need to be. And everyone else is blamed. Everyone else has a contributing role to why I am underperforming. There's only one person that's missing from that list. There's no one person. There's no responsibility for everything that has gone down, and that's me. There's one person who's really real. This is happening in this conversation. Because Baruch says, put your act together. Listen, tshuva is not just a song of the gun. Tshuva means the act of pulling yourself and your life together. All these sources, you love to do tshuva, but you know, I do Sahara. Woe is me. All these problems in my life, but not me. It's not my fault. It's nothing to do with me. It's everyone else who's not pulling their weight. Therefore, I can't do my part. You're outsourcing your responsibility. You're outsourcing your success to everyone else. The success of your life resides with one person only, and that's you. The bulk of your life stops with one person and one person only, and that's you. Success in life is dependent on one person and one person only, and that is you. So rein it in. Take control. If you notice, by the way, the struggle doesn't say it's not a struggle. That is a struggle. Struggle is a struggle. But I have control over whether or not I navigate. How I navigate that struggle. Which Bali says, Unload Elokavio. Well, Hashem, you created it, so you need to deal with it. Charlie says, essentially, you made the mess, you clean it up. Like, we didn't make Yitzhara, we didn't ask Yitzhara, you created it, so because you created it, ultimately, again, You have to deal with it. So we'll say, by the way, that's how the Gemara ends. That's how it ends. So by the way, so the college of the truth or not? College of the truth or not? No. How do we know it is the truth? Because the conversation goes back. It's a circular conversation. Because Chayesha once again says, well, God, it's just our problem. It's not my problem. You can't leave Sahara. You did this, you clean it up. And I was like, sure, the questions. Because when I failed to take responsibility for myself, I'm so scared of taking responsibility. Because what happened to take responsibility? What happened to take responsibility? I take responsibility, then I can look in the mirror and I have to recognize that. Almost all of the failures in my life are mine. They're my failures. They're my failures. And that hurts. And that's difficult. And that's painful. And most of us do not want to deal with that pain. So instead, we spend a lifetime running from responsibility and attributing fault to anyone and everywhere else around us. And so we never take responsibility. Can't do it. And instead, if we just find the courage just to say, okay, I own it. It's me. It's me. Yeah, almost every single thing that's gone wrong in life is me. But I own it. But here's the good news. Once you overcome that pain, and that feeling of almost like debilitating shock of responsibility for things that happen in your life, you're going to realize something amazing. And like Rabbi Nachman says, if you believe that you have the ability to break it, you have the ability to fix it. The reins are then mine. And once the reins are mine, there's no turning back. I can control action. I can fix my life. I can do what I need to do. The tragedy is the conversation ends off the same way it ended off the last 2,000 years. What's the problem? It's always someone else's problem. If it's someone else's problem, chances are Arba Hagotos were the four Hagotos who never did all of Hava. Bilam, going Achikafal Gechazi. So Bilam, below arm. What's his name? What's his name? Bilam. So Bilam means below arm, without a nation. Never Akar. Bilam Shekola Am. Literally, again, he brought down a nation. That's what you're going to see. That's a reference to Bilam was unable to curse us. He's going to give Balak the idea about the immorality. Ben Ba'ar, Sheba al Kibir. Why is it called Ben Ba'ar? Because he had a relationship with his donkey. We'll come back to that. Tana, the verse says, Tana, Hu Ba'ar, Hu Kushan Rishasayim, Hu Lavan Ha'arami. That's pretty wild. So Bilam's father was Ba'ar. So the verse says, by the way, this guy Ba'ar, his name is Ba'ar, he's Kushan Rishasayim, and he's also Lavan. Wow. He's also Lavan. So the Gemara says Ba'ar, Sheba al-Biyar. So ultimately, it's called Ba'ar because he had a relation with the donkey. Kushan Rishasayim is called Kushan Rishasayim, the Avish Day Rishos Israel, because he did two terrible things. To cloud Israel. But Achas b'nei Yaakov, Ba'achas b'nei Yaakov, Achas b'nei Yaakov, Ba'achas b'nei Shol HaShol. One was during the days of Yaakov, that be a reference that he was on, and the other during the days of Yoshua. Okay, so Rashi says, I'm sorry, the Misas Yoshua, after Yoshua died. Okay, but Rashi shows Umash Mo, his actual name, Lavan Ha'aram. Actual name was Lavan. Interesting. So the Gemara says, we should also by the way, because that Bilam was the son of Lavan. Bilam was the son of Lavan, which is pretty incredible. So the Gemara says, it wasn't in general, by the way, but also in the So one of these things actually mean, right? That doesn't mean that it's actually Lavan, and people are just blessed with longevity. Some of it possess the same meat about it. Remember, you can see a similarity between Lavan and Lavan, right? Both of them want to watch it. You know, the Lord, what do we say? In the Haggadah? Lavan decreased as a whole. Like, Lavan wanted to do everything, but if Bilam decreased as a whole, both have the same stated meaning. The Gemara says, Ksei ben Bar, Ksei ben no Ba'ar. So it says, the son of Ba'ar. So in one passage says that Bilam was the son of Ba'ar, and then it indicates that Ba'ar was the son of Bilam. Which one is it? I'm sorry. Good. I'm going to go for Aviv, they know who the Benedict is. So in certain respect, Ba'ar was the son of Bilam, the son of his son that came to prophecy. In other words, his father was Ba'ar, his son was Bilam. Bilam was a great prophet of his father, and therefore he's the father of his, he's like the father, he's a father to his father in the land of prophecy. Asi. Okay? Bilam was lo Asi la Asi. Oh, really awesome. So what's interesting? Now, the fact that it says that Bilam doesn't go to Olam Haba, what does that seem to indicate? That other Gentiles do go to Olam Haba. The non-Jews go to Olam Haba as well. So which the Gemara says, Mas Nisim, and this is not Machlokas. Who's it being this respect? So the Gemara Rabbi Yeshua, he designed Rabbi Lazar Omer, Yeshua Rishon L'Sholah, called Goyim Shvek Elokim. So what's this? Yeshua Rishon L'Sholah. What does it mean? That says the wicked will go to the Sheol together. Elu Koshe Yisrael, first the sinners of Israel. All Goyim Shvek Elokim, all the Goyim who forget Hashem. Elu Koshe Koharu. Now, what's interesting? If you notice over here, you see in the Gemara, you have a little bit of a good base. So the changes, by the way, if you look over, it says Elo Umos Ha'olam. Really, it's supposed to say this refers to the nations of the world. We do not have a portion in the world to come. So how do you become Moshe of him? If you look at Agos 15, it says, right, Fusiyad Lefi HaSensor. This Gemara was censored. This was a censored Gemara. Originally said that again, members of the nation of the world do not have a portion in the world to come. All of them. That all of them are us for Jews. All of us for Jews, not for the nations of the world. The sense which changed it ultimately again to say the sinners of the nations of the world don't go to Olam, but everyone else does. The Rebbe Lazar, Rabbi Yeshua, once again, King Emma, called the whole Goyim, Lo Nemar Elot Goyim Shvekei. The king, Yeshua Rishon, who was a Goyim Shvekei Elokim. Just like she was in the right hand saying, Jeremiah told yes. Do the nations of the world go to Olam Haba. So one of the things is this: only those who forget Hashem amongst nations of the world don't go to Olam Haba. And other things is Olam Haba is only for Jews, not for the most Olam. Okay. The Ab also Russia must listen to as well. Even Bilam himself, obviously, our Mishnah clearly subscribes to the idea that the nation righteous Gentiles do go to Olam Haba. Right? Because again, otherwise, why are you excluding Bilam from Olam Haba? So our mission is clearly sides with the idea that Allah so righteous Gentiles absolutely do go to Olam Haba. Okay? So the Gemara says, even Bilam himself gave a simon. What was the simon? Amar, Thomas Nafshi Mosishan. In Thomas Nafshi Mosishan, Yafarisi Kamo. In Lab, Kinni Odech Lami. So Bilam himself said, if I die a natural death, and that is the issue of the fact that I'm going to Olam Haba. If I die a natural death, it seems to indicate that I'm not going to Olam Haba. Of course, Bilam didn't die a natural death. He was killed. So indicates he didn't go to Olam Haba. Remember again, he came back to the Bilam's story. So the elders of Moab and Midian come to try to recruit Bilam. Tana, Midian and Moab were higher than Shalom was the encounter. The nations of Midian and Moab did not get along at all. So much listening to love from Shaya, so most of it here, they're collaborating. So it's going to be incredible. Much listening to love from Shaya, the Eder, but I used to travel to two blocks, right? Who really did not get along, right? Always a lot of animosity. But the aid of efforts. What happens? Attack one of the dogs. So the other dog says, I'm gonna attack any also Hayon. Horig also will the mother go alive. So the second dog says, I would help the first dog, even though I really don't like him. Today the wolf is being killed. What's gonna happen? Tomorrow the wolf is gonna come and kill you. Therefore, again, it is better for me to partner with my dog. Essentially, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Right? The idea over here, so even though the dogs don't like each other, they united. Same idea. I'm on it. So Midian and Moab did not get along at all. But they had a common enemy of Paris. Therefore, they teamed up together. I'm going to pop behind the Inchi, Karkushta, the Shura, Abdu Hidullah, the Tabra, the Dish, Yaga. Literally translated, the weasel and the cat had a feast from the fat one with that. Again, those ones doesn't translate so well, right? Much better than the original Aramaic. So apparently the idea is cats and weasels don't get along. when they face a common enemy, they're willing to gang up together and feast on every vanquished enemy. So Vayish was starting off in Bilam. So Gemara says that so they come to Bilam, and then the pasuk says that the messengers of Moab stayed with Bilam. So Gemara says, "Starting Midian Hesham." So where did the guys from Midian go? So came down to the room. We were probably about to go see Eskandabar Amar Amru Kum Mishpav Shesonias. So the messengers of Midian realized that once Bilam was unable to give them an obedience, right? Because they say that Bilam come first probably Israel. And Bilam says, you know what? Stay here tonight and I'll get back to you. They realized that once Bilam wasn't able to give them an immediate answer, something was going on. It wasn't going well. And it said, because the prophet was not going to go for this. Is there any such thing as a father who despises his son? Yibasham is our father. So the message that we didn't realize he's probably not going to touch them. He's just not going to touch them. So they went home. I'm not going to. Chutzpah is incredible. Chutzpah, afilu kabe shmaya mahani. So chutzpah is a very powerful tool, right? In chutzpah, even again, the Baruch Hu is able to affect change. How so? It's a correct slip. But so if you want, in the beginning when Bilam asked the Baruch Hu to go in first part of Israel, so the Baruch Hu says, don't go with them. And amazingly enough, Bilam insists with the Basov, it says, go with them. Go with them. Whereas what do you see from here? Bilam was chutzpah, right? Bilam was chutzpah, but chutzpah sometimes pays off. Unless we know this in life. Sometimes, chutzpah usually is understanding that in a negative way. Sometimes chutzpah can actually have very powerful and positive repercussions. Again, that's what Bilam did not work well. But again, you see from it when a person is adamant about something, sometimes even if the Baruch Hu admires, so to speak, their adamant. I'm not sure it's chutzpah, no, he's still not talking. Chutzpah is like a thing without a crown. That thing without a crown has the ability to affect some level of change, not complete change, but has the ability to affect some level of change. Listen, this goes back to yesterday's back. Remember again, this morning we saw about the two Jews being taken captive. But right, what did the captive say? I'm sheikh order of it. That's chutzpah. Jews have chutzpah. Jews have chutzpah. Chutzpah is part of what's kept us. Right? Chutzpah, the stiff neckness of Klal Yisrael, ultimately again is what has sustained us throughout the ages. Chutzpah is powerful if used in the right way. Bilam was crippled in one of his legs. Shimshon b'shtei raglo. Shimon was crippled in both of his legs. Shvifon alei orak. Hanoshe faceless. Bilam subachas me'inafaya. Bilam was blind in one eye. Shisum ha'ayim. Good. Kosim ba'amasai. Furthermore, interestingly enough, he did sorcery with his makom milah. All right. I don't know. All right. Sigmar says, it says over here, no felt the heck. Okay. No felt the galoy enai. Siv hasam in common no felt alamita. So much no felt the lashon of the condition. So see from here that again, his sorcery was done again. Sorcery was done with the Makamila Itmar. Arzutra Amar Kosim Ba'anamasahara. Arzutra said that again he did sorcery again with his Makamila. Marbid Ravina Amar Sheba al Asona. And the singer of the movies, he engaged immorality with his dance. Right, Gemara says, so Gardmanda Rakosim Alasahara Bidamina. Gemara says that he did sorcery again with his Amos, so that we just saw before. Manda Rabala Sono. I know that he originally did that. Sifafa Kara Shafav. Hasam Game Bibragla on the place Kara Nafal Shafav. So once he used the same mushroom over here as Kara, right? Fully touching over. It's the same mushroom that's used by Sisra or according to the measures, she had a relationship with him. Now your dad that's our road. And ultimately again, so Bilam knew the das Rakashwal. Hashtag das Kanto Haviyada, das Alien Haviyada. So again, Bilam couldn't control the donkey. Right? It was we know the story, right? Where Bilam, the donkey refuses to move forward because the donkey sees the malach, the angel of the outstretched sword is under him. Bilam doesn't see it. Bilam keeps hitting his donkey to move forward. Because if Bilam couldn't control his donkey, and he knows how a Baruch works, so he's very nice. That's what the Gemara says. So he wants to light that stand. So the Amalei says to this. So what does it mean that he cannot control his donkey? The Amalei, because ultimately, again, the ministers of Moab said to the following: Amalei, my Kamalot Afafta Sisra. So this is very interesting. When Philip finally goes with the ministers of Moab, the ministers of Moab were surprised that he was willing on a donkey. They said, "Where's your horse? Where's your horse?" Right? What's going on here? So I say, "Some of them, Shaddai Bertiva." So I say, "This is great." So Bill says, "Oh, you know what? Like, it's fantastic. Like, why are you in hunger? And a guy like you, right? A guy like you should be, I don't know, where's your Cadillac? You know, so he says such things. He says, "Oh, this is a loaner. It's a loaner. It's in a shop. It's in a shop, right? You know, my horse is out. You know, my horse is out. It's racing. It's doing its thing. It's even the really means like in the marshlands. On the lake, Allah knows the asshole come. So once it's said, I was like, really? Really? I'm a loner? I'm the donkey. I'm the donkey. Yeah, Bilam says, yeah, you're my donkey, but the Tikina Ba'alma. I don't really divide on you. I just use you to go ahead and transport stuff. You're like my you're my hitch. You know, you're my U-Haul hitch that I usually go ahead and put on my my horse. I would never have to be cut down on a donkey like this. So donkey says, really? Asher Achafta Alai. What are you talking about? You use me all the time. You ride on me all the time. No. I cry about Alma. No, that's not true. Sometimes I ride on you again when my primary form of transportation is in the shop. The old father of my life. You're riding on me again for forever. Hello, Elon Shani Osalafam my Sikishus Balayla. Okay, right? And furthermore, again, the donkey says, right, literally again, I provide many services for you, right? Transportation and other, right? Transportation and other. That's the donkey. By the way, it's fascinating about donkeys. You almost see like it's interesting. Like the donkey is like saying to Philip, but at least the deer knock your turf. You know, at least you actually is such a maneuver. Like he's such a base and disgusting guy. Like what you do to me and with me. At least recognize the role that I played in your life. Like you want to be a degenerate, you are a degenerate. Don't be an ingrate and a degenerate. It's incredible. So the Gemara says, Siv Hafa, Haskin is like, which is also like Philosophers. Allah might be a day at that time. It was obviously again. One of those guys arguing with donkeys. What does it mean that you are a donkey? So Rosh Hashanah, the having also Shah Shah's working for his spot. What you don't know is the exact moment that the donkey gets angry. That Torah's will say the donkey gets angry for just one moment a day. Philip knew that exact moment. I mean, so part of my God's fault, yeah, she did like Yogo. What does it mean? What does it mean, the righteousness of Hashem? How much tzedakos no one was trying to pursue how much tzedakah I didn't also. Remember again, Philip in the exact moment that God got angry. Like was prophesied in a miracle, all the days that Philip was trying to pursue, I did not get angry for one moment that entire time. So the Gemara says, because had I gone ahead and gotten angry that entire time for that one moment, if Philip would have cursed you during that one moment, it would have destroyed you. If Philip would have destroyed you. So his prophet says, miraculously, I did not get angry at you at all during that entire time. So the Gemara says, sorry about it. So let's say, interesting enough, this is what Philip was saying to Bala. I've got it all figured out. I know that if I curse God, we start during one moment when his prophet gets angry, I can destroy him. But I don't know what to tell you. God's not getting angry. And because God's not getting angry, therefore what? I am powerless to curse Christ. So I don't say, mid-story, I'm leaving over here a little bit of cliffhanger, and then we'll finish up with Bilam tomorrow. You know this. right? So they got so going to what I would say, they got director. So it's quite fascinating because again, this real estate is simply worse than anything else. And if the person goes to the home, so we know again the home as a transient property under the summer. Going to the home out in the summer ultimately again regain its love to move forward. You would maybe to go ahead and go to the home, the very summer from the rest of the street, the rich and the general. The guy done not to shut up the nation up in the home. I got some really to try and pass the path. The environment has a social network with a lot of collaboration. So in addition to all the other results that the nation introduced, apparently there was also a tremendous amount of blood that was shed. To the point that the Quranists will be plugged from one end to the other. So you know, so you know, translate saying, when exactly is it that it actually is? So that it actually spilled all of this blood. What does it mean? Is that literal? What does it mean? If he was not recognizing child Yeshaya, some say things that he killed Yeshaya Hanan. Incredible. That although it was one person, something called Yeshaya, he said that he thought that he shall ride from one into the other with blood. And the Araba Amir, and as Charlie said, Sha'asat Salam, Nasri Arab Bini Adam, the literally seriously said, so the nation made them not ready well. The height itself was so great, and it required 1,000 people to lift it, or the Korean Holy Spirit, and every day it would kill all of them. So apparently there was this idol that he commanded 1,000 people to lift up. But the weight of the idol was too much, and it was kind of crashing down upon those who went ahead and carried it. So he killed 1,000 people every day. But there's a tremendous metaphor in that station where there are the difference between like the sensibilities of every dollar that was too heavy to carry and comfortable to carry it. Compare that with what the Gemara says about the oil. Right? If the Kohanim, the way they had to carry the oil, what does the Gemara say? Ha'aron knows the Esther. The oil carried those who carried it. When you put your focus into the right things, when you put your energies into the right things, those things lift you up. You put your trust into Torah, you put your trust into Avodah Hashem, you put your trust into Eretz Yisrael. Those things lift you up. You put your energy, your strength, and your time into the wrong thing, and those things will crush you. Right? Those things will carry you. Those things will crush you. Those things will finish you. Tremendously so. What you put that trust into, those very things that very heavy, that very intricate, they're lifting, I'm telling you, you know what I do. You know, also, how do I about my fellow? Shkila and Shema so savage, I can tell you from the other kilo. Beautiful, you know. The woman in Shema is savage, and Shema is a movie of Palestine. So the Shema is a very high generation. Who is that? So now I'm going to shout out how this is like for you that Menashe killed Yeshaya. And I don't Menashe quote unquote only killed one person. Right? But the nice, again, the classic records is as if you kill, you couldn't find the blood from one end to the other. So he wants his sin, pass out, his sin. So it's at least that Menashe says he built an idol, singular, and then he says he built idols, plural. So which one is it? I'm going to say, the two that hustle up here to the Ahad, you get one. The beginning, Menashe made an idol with one face. One face, the Yabasot, hustle up, I bought the chicken, the Shakir, in the beginning. At the end, you know, they're making an idol with 4 different faces, not 4 different faces. As we see this, the name is position with innovation and flesh. And we wanted it to be that Mesa, wherever that was like to ruffle, they started to shoot. You see the idol, wherever it was. So it's like being able to make that level of chutzpah. You wanted to make sure that we got some sort of past and no one saw the idol. Incredible. So you know, it was like that. Akbar's now we give the idea. So Akbar went ahead and put his idol in the upper story of the Mesa itself. Okay, Hashem Azam Yefes Hashem Yefes Asher Arabad Aliyah Hashem Hashem Heavy the Hippo. Hashem he put his idol in the base of the flesh itself. So you're my way for sure now. Unless he's kept on Hashem to answer that to die, I'm not sure what that is. But Mishana Shabbat for Shukri Yisrael, Asher Shmishan. Amon, the priest of his Kachakabashi. Amon took a step further. And Amon put the idol literally again in the Kachakabashi, the Holy Place. He cuts up Hamasan the Sashea, which was like, Sarah, and I say for Sarah, this is Chinese. So this is this part, it's actually quite interesting. The part of you just follows. Now she cuts it Hamasan, which what does it mean that it's a couch? What does it mean? The couch was too short to stretch out. Very lucky. And then so I found out it was like that he cuts it on myself and this guy I'm not sure the couch for this little stretch is too small for two people to around together. Because it was just enough stretch in the closet and I've always liked. Right? Like very long. It is something for 10 people in both of the share and I've always liked. And that's what it goes in the sense we said. Like this kind of that's similar to the two of us. If you're going to put out all these zealot in this on it, so I'm out. What's it for the largest line? Now that I have my data shut up, looking at the cover. The cover itself is too narrow. Pretty much, I love the show last night. I've been looking at Kevin Much like I dropped, how I bought you. But you're playing with things to prosecute flag. Use the use of custom ball, corners, and even I say no myself at Sarah. So it's about people itself, but we must on yourself. But here we command the seas. We command the seas. Who has to contend with an idol to share the cover? As much as I say, you have to share a cover. And the cover is too small. You can do it how it's not because the cover is too small. But of course, one cover me, and you have all the rest. So yes, that's a ring. But we won't make sure that we have the cover. We have to host the cover. That is the crime. We have the cover. Our fans keep outside of the customers are talking about. So also when I had our guys to work out their head and to the staff of the organization with us, and to also really again translate the study of Torah. So to get a full Torah on that, we now show coverage has colors. We now show the help and scratch out really and scratch out the into our Holy Bible from the Torah. The highest thing is there. And we went ahead and we described it there. You know, so I'm on some of us I thought I had a tremendous algorithm is there. I'm on went ahead and put the Torah and put it in tablets. Really hard tablets upon the there. That goes again. Achos, this is however, is the word Achos committed in moral relationships. Menashe, Ba'al Achosa. Menashe relationship with sisters. Amon, Ba'al Imo. Amon is unfortunately engaged in active incest with his mother, Shmuel. Sweetie, Amon, Hajj, Ashma. And look over that, it's also better Christian to say, this is the natural progression of things. The moment that the moment for over is no longer your body force. Right? And the moment that a person is not able to insist of the real religious development in their life. And idolatry is their only way to some slave terms. That's idolatry. Idolatry is when you make God in your own ways. You decide what you want, and you create a system around that. The moment that occurs, by definition, immorality is sweet to follow. Remember, the making of the words of Kadmon is the side of the Torah. The Kadmon Shabbat, you know, one says that I'm going to learn how to break the Torah. And just says that in carry on the mission with his mother. You know, so I'm going to let you know, how you step up a law, to not push you that same way. Versus interesting, you know, his mother says to him, really, like, you know, this, really translating. And you have anybody that from the place where you move from, like, the way that you're like, what you do. So that's what we have. I want to explain on the outside, I want to have this explain. I want to say, is it clear up right there? This is about anger and God. And this is it. That's your God. So you might go back to key. I'll see you're looking for my sisters. When you're looking to my seat, he said, you're lucky to have Jesus. Right? So ultimately, again, Allah Jesus. So this is incredible. You're lucky to do it. The one who came before me, Satan didn't really know how to anger God. I could show you how to anger God. Right? It's just so fascinating. What do you see in all of this? It's like shocking. When you think about it, that way, people didn't believe. If you don't believe, then fine, go Like, you have to spend your life trying to show other people why it is that they're wrong. The only people who need to travel outside the wrong, like, and the only people who need everyone to agree with them are people who are fundamentally and fully insecure. And what people inside their life, I'm gonna do my thing. I don't need you to buy into it. This accurate belief and this need to better than a hypothetical, like, you need to give a stuff. To the Bono Shalom represents a heightened level of insecurity. As people add these low words deep down, they knew not from the spiritual life. They knew what the Bono Shalom was, and they knew where their allegiance should be. You look around life at that kind of joy. So you have to feed, and you have to rebel, and you have to give the stuff every day. So comes your lessons, and I will show these guys how to sing. First of all, you know what you can learn, right? First thing you need to have that show is the sun. We need to live in sun. You show us how I shall stand about. We told Allah that because it's that this sun, we have this type of goal, this Tavani goal, which is very shining and blessing. So we have to say, you can light the world to do that. I don't know about that type of result, so when we were talking to Sophia, you want to always say to us that. How do you know what's happening? I'm sure I'm going to be up there, so we are going to watch my face. I don't know how to find that school level. Maybe like, where else you say that you're because you have to do it because it's over class. Maybe like, some place to pass it. I shall not, yeah, I shall, yeah, I shall go, yeah. You know, like, this is this is your luck with the battle against the British part. One side, no matter how much a deacon tries to run away from Hashem, it can't do it. It can't do it. It's this inevitable pull between man and God that always pulls man back to his choice. Sometimes we go back easier, sometimes we go back faster, but we always return back to each other. I'm going to love it about Moses. They might have money as Yoyaki. Also, Yoyaki was a bad guy. Why we see that including in the list of things, we don't have a fortune in the world to come. Like in the story with these three things, why do you think Yoyaki listed as well? We shouldn't have said that. Yes, I would have lucky, which I've also I need solid. Because after the Pasuk says, the rest of the things that we are looking, and all of these abominations that we did, and all the different things that need solid, and that which is found upon him. So we want to know for this. What is that need solid? What is actually that which is found upon him? And what's in the Russia? Tadanai, Shekaka, Shem, Abodas, Kohabim, Al, Amasa. Stop. One said that he had a tattoo on his muscle, and what did he tattoo there? He tattooed the name of his Avodah right? The Tadanai, Shekaka, Shem, Shemai, I would say that no, he actually tattooed the name of his father on his muscle. It was what he was. So this goes back to Shabbos, is that remember again, we spoke about in the dust, right? And we spoke about Akikoto, and then people had these visions of fire coming out of the next Amuda, until it represents vitality. So again, you have a result piece there, you have another piece there, ultimately representing what this is the entire thing. It's like, obviously, tattooing of the responsible was an incredible for him to go ahead and disparage and disrespect the responsible. So this is the first one that the Lord doesn't answer why you are yucking about it. So the Lord answers, the Lord asks, see, the Lord talks about this whole tattoos out over here, and then leaves it. We'll come back to your yucking with this more on the flowers. The Lord is like this. I don't know why your yucking wasn't included in the list. But I'll tell you some other things like other people. Like, man, my mother is Micha. What's a Micha? A Micha. And I remember when we spoke about Micha on Shabbos and stuff as well. Micha was a serious for a very long time. I remember when Micha was a baby who was rescued by Moshe Rabbeinu from the bricks. And he was a Jewish baby who was thrown into the bricks, into the structures. And the Jews did not produce the proper quality of bricks. Moshe Rabbeinu was also known. He said something to let me go my voice. Honestly, I know everything's very good. Over the years, it turns out when you talk, he's like in a couple of things. Either you himself, what I know, the Zara, or what we do the answer, right? Actually, two possibilities. I don't do this actually, I shall be sure.
Oh, look what the fuck it is.
Look who the fuck it is.
How you living, Pimp? Are you ready to lose?
Are you ready to lose?
Yeah.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, baby?
You open your ass every time you play mini golf? Yeah, but you love it. It's like a bondage situation. The ass kickings that I deliver arguably could be. I intentionally inflict emotional distress on you, baby. So yeah, it could be considered assault. Dude, you know you can go back. Just make it small. All the way to zero. All the way to zero. Dude, just fuck them. No, you haven't. That's bullshit. I know you didn't. You sent me a message on Telegram.
Can I get it? Can I get it?
No.
That
That fucking turkey.
I was about to say.
Oh, that was garbage. I think I did. Oh, geez. That was terrible.
And smoke from
Oh, what a shot. Arguably prostitution. Arguably prostitution.
If they're consuming then yes. If they're not, then yes.
Yeah, of course. No, but a few years ago, California changed the law so that it was not illegal for a woman to, it was like in 2017 or so, 2019 or something. We changed the law so that it wasn't legal. You couldn't be prosecuted for prostitution. You could just be prosecuted for like solicitation of prostitution, which meant that women could basically do it. It was just illegal to procure them as a man. Yeah. And the reason why they did that was too many people were getting hit with like, like that's the only way that like a lot of these women had to be able to provide for themselves. They also changed something. I don't know. I forget what it was, but it was something like if you were under 18 as a woman, you couldn't be charged with it as well. But the guy, of course, could be. There was something along those lines too. So basically, it made it much easier for prostitution to occur, and it is
It's prevalent, but I mean, not real. Like it's, I would say it's very professional. Generally, like there are websites, and you find some chick, and like you can give ratings. There's like it's pretty safe, like in comparison to what it once was. And
right? So failure to do so,
like
failure to open your home to the other, when a cat gets in
there are all kinds of like resources for people who feel like they're being trafficked. But is it legal? No, it's only legal in like a few counties in Nevada. So the state over, they have legal brothels, but they're very expensive, and they're very famous. They're like they've been on like they've had like shows on HBO and stuff. But the way those work is you go there and they have like the one that is like on HBO is the one that I know is like the most popular one. It's like Bunny Ranch. Basically, your shuts up, so don't even try. So basically, they have like a bar that you go. Well, you can request a lineup of the women, and they come out, and then you choose the one that you like. And if you like them, then they'll take you to their room. And usually the price is really expensive. Like normally, at least in like LA, it's usually like $200 for full service. But there it's like $500, and that's not even like everything. But like in LA, it's you don't know. This person could be a cop. This one time, I was on stream, or I at least have this on video, on camera. I was it was real weird. So like, I don't know if you've ever heard of the Coliseum, but basically it's where they had the 1984 Olympics, a bunch of Olympics have been there, well, two of them, and then they're going to have it in 2028 there. What are you doing, Zoo?
My time screen not working. I said I should get in touch.
Did you restart your phone?
Yeah. Go ahead. No, I'm not working on the next one.
What'd you say? Go, it might work on the next hole.
Yeah, next on the next one. Just go.
And again, hospitality, human kindness, just basic human kindness.
Anyway, this one time, okay. And I have this up. Not if your fucking screen doesn't work.
My screen will work on full.
Okay, just give me a second. This one time I was streaming like all of the different like tourist attractions of Los Angeles, and I was at the Coliseum, and I parked my car in this parking lot that literally had no one in it, 0 people, giant parking lot. And these two guys come up to me and they're like, yeah, it's like $40 to park there. I'm like, what are you talking about? It's $40 to park there. And they're like, if you don't pay us, when you come back, your car will be fucked up. And I'm like, well, I don't want that to happen. They basically are like extorting people. I was like, what the fuck? So I went and I moved my car to somewhere else and took some video by the Coliseums. And then when I was done, I was walking back to my car, and there's this lady who, like, this is like a really, really rough area of Los Angeles, extremely rough. Like, it's South Central. It's like what you hear in, like, you know, movies and stuff. So anyway, she comes up to me, and I could tell that this woman was a cop who was acting like a prostitute. And because there's like no other reason why this woman would have been there. And I always thought that was interesting, that like she was trying to catch somebody. Anyway, that's my story for that. All right, so Zoo, do you want to play? Okay, just a moment. Taking care of some shit. Okay. Just a moment, dog. I'm sending you an invite.
What is everybody doing?
Hey, Mr. Aquarius, how are you? Mr. Aquarius.
I'm not gonna be quiet. No, I'm not. No, sir.
Mr. Aquarius, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. It's my time to come up here.
That's right.
Thank you. Thank you. Play bowling.
Absolutely. So, why are you being rude?
No, I have my phone on too. Sorry. I'll have Mr. Curry.
Let's turn me down just a notch. We're gonna play. Let's go. Come on, Duke. Let's go.
I don't know about that.
I hope you do. I hope you win.
I like
Luke win. Let's go.
Yeah, strike. Yeah, that's pretty good. We better if I'm upset. Mr. Crow,
I hope so.
We have the accent.
Yeah.
That was ugly. That was extremely ugly.
How did we have the same show?
It happens.
Sandwich by righteousness, therefore again, that provided him some level of salvation.
I haven't
so there's another reason why wasn't
and she gets
why wasn't that released because Akas had some level of righteousness. And that again, he wasn't good.
She's good.
Are you ready for a bet?
We're ready for wherever you want.
It's a card.
Come on, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Are you ready?
Being positive about you. Okay. Win. I want us to all win. If you want to win, we all win. If you want to win, we all win. Okay? Let's go. Come on, Duke. You got this. Let's go. Come on.
There's a plus for us. And ultimately, again, So why wasn't Ammo? Why isn't Ammo also
Oh,
a
Rabbi.
church?
Oh, Rabbi.
Rabbi gets his bell.
Yes. Yes.
Release the people who lost their portion of what
How do you have
themselves to
We'll get that spit out. Get that spit out. Got that spit. Let's go. Let's go.
because Ammo has a
It's
right
very
to
important.
covenant
It's
son
to come out.
Hold on, Zeus.
If that's the case, then Menashe also shouldn't go and lose his portion of
Come on back. Come on back. Come on, Zeus. Let's go. Let's go. Come on back. Come on. Straight. Right, straight.
Father, so why not? Why doesn't his righteous father save him from the
Right, let's go. Right, let's go.
Mizaki Abba, Abba lo Mizaki Abba.
Right, Rabbi, let's go. Right, Rabbi, let's go.
The father doesn't benefit his son. Now, what does that mean?
Where is she?
The actions of his son had the ability to go ahead and
Move it.
My phone just did glitches, and it just showed me Miss Aquarius striking Zeus, and that's all.
so therefore, by definition,
Leg, in his leg, in his leg.
Exactly.
Don't get it.
That was garbage. You're right. You're right, Zeus. That's okay. I'll live with that.
Incredible idea.
What's the highest?
That's a good question. I think it's 150.
That's why again, these righteous sons have the ability to provide salvation ultimately again for their father, the Abba lo Mizaki Bro.
Let's go.
Cannot go ahead and also is a tremendous reserve that was also American as well. As a parent, we can go ahead and we can give our children, hopefully give them everything they have materially, but you know, spiritually. But at the end of the day, choice about what they like. You can yourself anything and everything is the truth that you're going to utilize it.
It was bad. Oh, sorry. You lost.
We all lose.
Incredible. So I said,
Reload.
Let's go. Let's go. Rabbi. Come on, Zeus.
Excellent, big dog.
There's one who, once again, can give us all the opportunities in the world and force us to become great. Right? We have the greatest father in the world. And just because we have the greatest father in the world, Mr. Carter, on our part, doesn't get us anywhere. The fact
Nice strike.
Father is very nice.
Thank you.
What does that actually do for me? I choose to take decisive action on my own. So when I do great things, run this out the album. The fact
Give me
that
something.
is great.
Garbage. Check
I
out.
have to become great. I have to take satisfaction on my own. Incredible. תפסיד אימי אנימציה, אין אברהם מציה as Yishmael, אין Yitzchak מציה.
What the hell is that?
Abraham can't save Yishmael, and Yitzchak can't save Esau. You have the greatest father in the world, which is still.
I keep scoring.
Okay, don't give up.
Just try. You get to try.
Can't save you. How do you get this father in the world? But if you want to do this for your own life, you have to make a decision.
Oh, that was close.
Let's go, Rabbi.
Hashtag guys, is the hockey.
Here wasn't the good of 17.
Miss Aquarius is the only person I've ever seen. I've seen other people do it, but I've seen her do it twice.
Have you seen that Don Rolla?
Certainly on television.
Go,
I
Zeus.
haven't pulled that much in real life.
Oh my God, thank you.
Come on, babe. Come on, babe. Come on, come on.
He also was a tattoo artist, right?
Time is
So
Come on.
again, and some unsavory tattoos. So at the end of the day,
Mr. Corey. Mr. Corey.
he
You know that part. You know that part.
to which the
And I'm betting her money. And I'm betting her money.
So you have to have one more round.
That is so hard. Come on, Rabbi. Come on, Rabbi. Come on, Rabbi. Come on. Let's go.
Okay, Rabbi's only one question.
Something else will happen.
It's
Thank
there.
you, ma'am.
Rabbi's only 2 points.
I'm
Distract that. Distract that. Final round. You get me one.
So
You get me one.
So the grandfather I heard was once walking down the skull. A skull that was discarded by the It's very strange. But remember there was a Yerushalayim festival.
It's Aquarius. It's Aquarius.
Hold on, dude. I can't talk to you when I'm playing. I can't play. I can't talk. I'll be trying to. Where the heck is it? Come on. Hey. What's wrong? Come on.
It's just talking.
Come on, good.
Are we ready? Are we ready? Also two that. Also two that. Double two. That was there.
Skull of King Yehoiakim.
I just lost.
Who was unfortunately again part of his punishment was to be buried as a punishment of
You can get this. You can get this.
So must
Get it.
You
got it. That was beautiful.
Now you're gonna get a strike. Now you're gonna get a strike.
So nevertheless, the grandfather it's not right. It's not right. He's still a king. It's okay.
Come on, Rabbi. Got this, Rabbi. Go.
Obviously, God was
Are you serious? Give me this. What a good story.
Yes.
What a good story. Give me this. I'll take it. You win, I win.
We win.
Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship.
Friendship.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So she saw the skull. She assumed it was
In the morning, that's what
Sweet dreams, Aquarius. Take care.
His first wife. So he was shut up and we never called son. So she fired up the oven, she threw the skull in the oven and incinerated the skull that way. You see, zones of all that kind of stuff. Let's say after this happened, you realize this was the
Yeah. I just have to use the restroom.
So let's say so again, this was young Yaakov punishment. Because this was young Yaakov's
Give me.
punishment, for what? For how much?
Yeah.
That's why he's not counted.
Go message Riser. Tell Riser to come in here. Okay, we'll play pool with him. Get Riser in here. What's Riser doing? Okay, what did he say?
So I say we're going to see the whole story as unfold over here just a moment.
I'll be right back, and then I'll send you an invitation.
Praise himself a bit too much. So the Shah told Bennett Assisi, so history said, which what I've done what you asked of me. So not always Mishviot. So the Gemara says, Asisi Ma'os. Bishvil Ma'os, Nothing often al Shulchanah. So because ultimately Chizkiyahu did two things wrong. Number one, he praised himself. Number two, he asked HaKadosh Baruch Hu for signs for certain brachas. As a result of this, so nothing Achula Shulchanah. Gentiles ate at his table. Foreign Jews ate at his table. Because again, foreigners ate at his table because God is for his children. Whoever invites idolaters into his home and serves them, causes exile for his son. The first of the widest lines, so Hizkiah had these representatives of Melech Baba in his home. It showed them all the greatness of his home. So it was Amrad, my base Naksa, what is my base Naksa? Ishto Ishkasa Leon. Hizkiah's own wife served them. This was considered to be a lack of tznius, like it happened. Right? But the man said he had his own wife serve these Obdikot. Which says, this Nazar Alam showed them the treachery. He had special weaponry that was able to destroy any other weaponry, and he showed it to them. And this was inappropriate. He showed off too much to these visitors, and that caused dullness. So I will say, now he was going to go. Now that we spoke about Hizkiyahu, now that Babel ultimately comes and destroys the base of Mikdash. Now that's actually part of the video where he was going to launch into a little discussion of the and interpretation of the number of pursuits.
You have an invitation.
So how was the number again? Echa means like how? Echa Yashavada. How did the city of Yerushalayim sit or lay desolate? So Amr was a very good in Gemara. Amr why did Klan Yisrael ultimately again? Why is Echa? Like again, in general.
Oh wow! Look at all those that you put in, dude.
Like Echa is like why.
Pocketed 2 balls.
It represents the astonishment of the scope of destruction. Like,
did you know that?
Why did this happen? Why did this happen? Why was Klan so purged? Why Echad is a very long nation? Abra Ashloshem Vishesh Krisos Shematorah. Because ultimately, you know that your Echad 36 violated the 36 prohibited relationships. You're gonna miss it. Therefore, again, when it comes to Echad. You know that I can show you 6. Yes. Fascinating, right? You think I am?
I would move my ball and I would go for the win. That was terrible.
No matter what you do, it's just corrupting energy. Like what's immorality? Immorality is you're too you should have been nice too. Right? That's what immorality is. Wasn't a terrible Trump? Desire for selfishness and change in a different way towards selflessness. So on one hand, after this purpose,
what did you do with Laser?
Kindness, that's what it is. Sleeping. Incredible.
Are you sure?
Incredible.
It's anal flop.
Does that mean he's asleep?
Because we violated the so Gemara says, "Yush to God like that." What does it mean that the city sat desolate? I'm not finished part of it. I need a marquee beach from the start back up.
Should I do a worse battle spot?
What does that mean?
So,
Worst thing in other
Yeah.
Do you know who the comedian is?
Oh, no way, really? Yeah, you should get up there and tear him a new asshole.
that was so heavily populated. So I'm a real version of
You didn't hit the right ball, dog.
For to grow the population. Again, it's not it's a good thing. It's just it's what they reported at the end of the maximize birth rates. Okay. I said how so I was going to come to the city shall be too much for widow.
Yeah, big dog. You proud of me
her husband, and then a woman whose husband went for a long time, but she knew one day he would come back. That's why I say I have to do the phrases. You try to be like widow. You left us. You left us. Right? You left you, Sharon. You left us. But he didn't fully leave us. We know that one day, Mary Hashem, the color husband, right? Roshon is going to come back to his beloved, overwhelmed. So great amongst the nations, we will go over the lands. Rabbi Yochanan was a kind of a Kamakushin since wherever Jews go, Jews become great. That's it, isn't that a word? And by the way, this is not us in income. I guarantee. It doesn't matter how far we're scattered, it doesn't matter where our eggs up. Wherever we go, we become great. Turn up on them. That's an incredible deal right here. So this by the way, is an overwhelming deal for this.
How does it feel to have your guarantee be nothing? What a shot. That was amazing. I guarantee you. We're done.
So what happened to two Jews? And the captain was walking behind them on the base. So just to understand the
You know why? Would you mention things that you shouldn't mention, like offing yourself or the death of someone else? I can't do that on my stream, my man. No, I've already gotten hit with you for other stuff, and I don't want to get hit for anything else. It's okay. I mean, you just gotta understand. When you do that, I have to take away the fun. It's like a kid with a ball. I'll play ball with you, but the second that you don't play by the rules, I gotta take the ball away. Medical misinformation, racial things, things about ending your life or ending the life of someone else, threats. These aren't my rules. These are YouTube's rules, and they do change. I'm trying to think of what else. Like you can't play copyrighted stuff, but you wouldn't do that. And what else? You can't talk about like children, like bad stuff with kids. That's generally. But this isn't the first time that you've come in here and been like, you're gonna die, or I'm gonna kill you, or that kind of stuff. You can't do that.
I didn't say that.
You said, I guarantee that you're gonna die. You gotta be smarter than this, dude.
One of them is Jewish, one of them is not Jewish. How do you know that?
I tried to get you help.
Just relieves himself right.
And you lied, and you said you were getting help, and then you said you had an appointment, and it's just, dude, I've got to be honest with you. You aren't going to be able to build friendships nor a deep personal relationship with a woman if you cannot control your words.
He checks all of his out. Sure enough, Cameron's blind in one eye. Sure enough, one skin right.
I mean, you even came in here. There you go.
And sure enough, two guys leading it. One is Jewish, one is not Jewish.
To anybody else watching out there, you see what I've gone through with this person. I've tried to get them help. And for anybody out there who's like being too hard, he knows there's some subjects. I mean, previously I told him I just stopped playing when he starts mentioning these things. He mentioned it with Riser like 2 weeks ago or so. And I corrected him then. He mentioned it. He's a tough person with him to be friends. And it would be one thing if it were like he was trying to seek help for it and going through therapy and stuff. I can live with that. I can live with that. I can play with that. But if you don't go seek therapy, you're not going to help yourself. My friendship is a privilege.
Quoted this Gemara in one of his drashas in Tafshin Aleph in 1940. He quoted this Gemara and he says, "What is the pshat with this? What does it mean?" When you see, if you notice, by the way, when the captor overhears the Jews speaking, the first thing he says is, "Amshin Olam." They are stiff-necked people. They're stiff-necked people. So he just asked. He says, why does the captain call them a stiff-necked people? Why? Because just that says something absolutely amazing. He said it is the derech of people that when they go ahead and they encounter difficult circumstances, it breaks their spirit. And how does that breaking of spirit manifest itself? People just give up. They just give up and they just resign themselves to the circumstances. He says, you see what's happening in the story? In this story, the Jews are looking at their circumstances, and what do they do? What are these two captives doing? They're looking for more, trying to figure out more. What is it that's happening? What's the meaning of these circumstances? So they look at the camera, why is the camera like this? Why are the skin like this? Why are the guys like this? And they're always looking for greater meaning. So the captive says, what is the matter with these people? Why can't you just give up? Why can't you just give in? Why can't you just resign yourself to the broken height of your circumstances? But Cloud Yisrael is an act of you could be being let out in captivity, and you will still look for meaning, and you will still look for deeper understanding, and you will still look for ways in which to grow, to transcend, to live. This is what is overwhelming to the captives. I understand. What would make you people? And the answer is nothing. This Gemara was true when you gave you an exile under the Samasa, and it was true in 1940 in the North Sagara, when the Pujats and Manish used this same exact Gemara. In the present, the Pujats are getting harder together. This is a Gemara, they were being let out. They were being let out, literally are going to slaughter. The Pujats said, don't give up. We are the anti-shit-oil. We are the stiff-necked people. And we the stiff-necked people in 2 days. Number 1, we are in perpetual pressure for growth. And let's say it's important to understand sometimes that we have it really easy. We have it really easy. Most of life is being fed to us. To be honest, I think I like challenges. I want more honest, I want more health, I want more desire. But this is all the little things that we got before how do I make that sense? Yeah, no, let's say. But think about just from a listener's perspective, how easy you have it. How easy you have it. And Allah has told us because it's so easy on ourselves. This is why we have to push ourselves even more. There's no time to relax. There's no time to take it easy. There's no time to give ourselves a pass. There's no time to say it's tired. There's no time. There's an urgency, especially when we find ourselves in front of Jesus. There's so many little things that are sitting involved. There are great things that are happening. there are years there are training. And if we just internalize the knowledge like this, push and push and we push, and we relentlessly push, we recognize that we are the shit in that. Nothing will just that. Nothing will just that. Nothing can let out. That's totally natural. That's pronounced. Nothing holds us back. If we could just understand it, and what we understand it, live it. This is the value set that existed like people for thousands of years. And it's the value set which have internalized and actualized to the work that should bring us to the beauty of the color. I think we're going to stop over here for today. Shkoya.
Welcome back. You've been on the show.
Okay, well, it's the window of Microsoft. Oh, Harry, it's the window of the password for the jam center today. Microsoft.
Interesting. All of it here in Austin. How's your whole family doing, Christian?
I'll say good morning, good gosh.
Christy, I like your style. You look like the type of person
Well, Hashem is beautiful and good. This new month and this movie learning this beautiful Messiah.
I barely recognize you. Christy, what's your love life like? You leaving any fucking
If you gotta begin by thinking all of our sponsors for this morning, share your thing. On the daily sponsors for Dr. Stream Day, because we got them dedicated all the shooters of roughly this year, exclusive research covers for Am Yisrael. Our week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pollock, the Nation of the Yaakov Paul's father, Bella Zakaria, great grandmother, Cyril Box for both Mr. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, both of those Schwarzenegger mentioned in the Sham Shabbalia. Family in the Kama, which is Joker Mertz Hashem, for the sort of covers for Am Yisrael, for Spasha Mertz Hashem, with all of our hostages home. The subject should be successful, the whole massive thing should be Joker Mertz Hashem. There should be a month of missing in the place. It looks like we don't yet have a Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Nisan. There's still opportunities in Mertz Hashem. We would like to do that for another special occasion. I would love to one. It just started to be magic stories by Yisrael. You can see the office in Mertz Hashem for more details. That includes the promotional part of this morning's show. And Mertz Hashem, we have to get also today's down. It's 103. We have to go up in Mertz Hashem on cook days from the day we left off 15 rows up from the bottom. All of nothing. Akum Shakal Haya. Beverly Morrow. Nothing says Akum Shakal. Now, Shakal means is like literally equal. Which means that Akum Shakal, which this is saying is that Akum is not the complete Russia. He's kind of like a normal related. Shenanigans. Kayom Hashem. Leave Dennis Akum the Etchanus from over there. The Sparsi says to the Shams. Here goes the Kayom Akum the city. Vayav Vayikon V'Lavoskia said he should go out to war. Remember again, Achab goes out to battle thinking that he's going to be successful. So he's looking for the Shama who's going to go ahead and entice Achab to go ahead and sing. Who is the one who's going to do that? Remember, Zebakal, Zelma, it's all trust your area. So as I said, the idea is here, what is the Nachman Hayam? The Nachman Hayam reveals that Shlomo was needed someone to entice Achab to sing, to entice Achab to follow the Romans' advice. So you see to indicate that Achab is not all bad. He was shuffled. He says, "Master Yosef, not because of a lack of higher to Achab Hashem, not that the Asas are really Hashem." אשר אשתו סנזר אשתו. So again, we realize this. So it looks like this. So the half of this, how does that be a shuffle? It is equal. Look at the parts it says, right? That ultimately, again, there is no one like half of the other head and did such terrible things in the eyes of the powerful. Okay, aside from his life, he's young. What is that? בכל זאת יש שכן שיקלי זר לעבוד ספקאבי. Okay, the only person who works around her was his wife, Isabel. What did Isabel do? She lifted up gold coins for Isabel every single day. And this is really shocks about her. Measuring out gold coins. So again, it's one thing to worship about Isabel. It's another thing to give your money to about Isabel. Right? To worship the cash. Maybe that's what you do. Once you give your money, when you give your money, that represents your paying money of commitment. So how come more worship? Isabel gave her money. So you know, like that on the shuffle, how you have to use the double shuffle. So again, we have to explain this statement. So what does it mean? Obviously, I'm not coming in and I'm not trying to say that however I said there was some type of positivity to Akhab's personality. What was the positive to let's say this is better? Akhab, Lashon, Shimamona Haya. Akhab was generous. Yeah, very incredible. Akhab was generous. Lashon literally means he was easy going with his money. He shared his money. شهادة حبيبي فقط من البصر كيف ولا نحصل Because when I had arms, he shared his wealth. He comes to come that atoned for half of his others. And let's say, is that not love? Is that not the power of tzedakah, the power of generosity, that even for a person like another speaking, that you see that the opposites of Akhab and Izabah, like Izabah concentrated her wealth ultimately again on the other Izabah. The Akhab and had and shared his wealth with Talmud Chachamim. Again, he was liking that Torah on one hand and supporting Talmud Chachamim on the other hand. He said, I'm not going to get the things that you just named. That's what the idea of the Jewish Halakha Torah said, because of the generosity, he said, tzedakah wipes out half of his wishes, half of his iniquity. This goes with the motif of tzedakah chatzil imas. As literally again, tzedakah has the ability to save us from death. The power of generosity to wipe out even the most heinous sin isn't everyone really so. What's the logic of it? Why does tzedakah have such power? What's the reason? Because what is the hardest thing in this world to popular? Money. Money. We work hard for it, but we always want more of it. And the ability to take something that you worked for, that you have the strong feeling that it's really yours, you don't theologically find out that it's not money. If you don't take something that I worked hard for, that is yours, and to be able to give it to someone else, is the highest, almost like the highest spiritual level that one can reach. Because the only way you can do that is if you believe that it's not yours. Because if I believe that it's mine, I don't want to do it, and I'll have to do it. If I believe that it's not yours, but it wants to be felt, and what can give it to me as a custodian of his wealth, and I find the ability to overcome that most base impulse to keep everything for me, and to go ahead and be as generous as possible with others, it's the highest level of spiritual growth, highest level of spiritual accomplishment. It's lovely that I'm Zara, but it is ridiculously generous. Incredible, incredible, incredible. So let's wait till we have our attention, and we're going to go back. Now, for looking for a stick. So it's a really hard shot to go out and to trip Alpha into going into battle, to lead the battle in which he would lose his life. So we just do steps forward. So I'm not a certain spirit keep forward. But I'm not the spirit said, I will advise Alpha to go forward. I'm going to share the love. Stop that. If I will, it's the Halisi Rock Sheker, the feet come to be up, and because I'm people say that I say the spirit comes I'll be the one who deceives. I'll be a voice in the mouths of the false prophets, and they'll go ahead and they'll go off to go to battle, we'll go to battle, and she'll die in battle. But this is saying, good. Go out in the Asiki, my react, versus who you are, what spirit is. So such brother, my react was, you shall novels and Israeli. And again, it was the spirit of novels. What happened with the novels? When again, novels had a vision. But after that, very much wanted, and novels would not say. After his very death, he spoke to his wife. He said, no problem. just bring him up on false charges of rebellion against the king, idolatry, all this other kind of stuff. He had never executed. That's the halacha when you execute someone for rebellion against the king. That's the halacha the king gets his property. The king gets his property. And therefore, there are halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa. So he got the vineyard, and another side that is executed. The spirit of Zavos wants its revenge against Ahab, might say, only the prophet is spirit that out plays that in Navina, similar to something between Yodesh, Khaled, Yerikon, and Yerikon. The prophet says if the spirit of the real lie, the spirit of the real lie, you can't come back. Once you go out the lie, you can't come back. Because again, there is no shepherd, there is no money, there is no untruth. The presence of the Rebbe Shalom is incredible. Allah Papa, Hangamishi, Allah create Martin, they say. So I said, this yields the famous adage, the Parakia, he who wants to go ahead and repay vengeance destroys his own hope. Destroys his own hope. So I said, this is actually the problem that here. Sometimes the desire for revenge is so acute that at the end of the day, I might raise a path of self-destruction, and I'm bent upon that revenge. There is another expression that's not used to this. The expression that uses panos nachi inspishti, which is a phrase that Shimshon said before he knocks down the pillars of the Colosseum, representing this idea that sometimes I want revenge so badly that even if I'm going to go down with the ship, I'm willing to go out of it. So Shimshon is different. Shimshon is going to die regardless. But when I say he goes down with the ship, it's the same idea. He wants, he is bent on repaying revenge. That's his basis, which destroys his own hope. Whereas Akar is Hashira, by Yosef, Akar Lasos, the Hafiz is Hashem of Israel. So again, so Akar goes ahead and gets cherry troops, they have a idolatry, and he continues to do the things that anger at Israel. Because Matthew is not sharing the heart. I think it's the worst, Akar is the worst. I don't know what did he do? Shekasel al Dalkos Shalom, Akar Kappa Ba'alakay Israel, but it's up in the Ba'alakay Israel. So literally, Akar wrote on the doorway to the entrance of his kingdom, that's the entrance of the Shalom. Below, Akar, it's called that Akar, denies Akar denies the God of Israel. Therefore, he has no culture in the God of Israel. That's the God of Israel. It's so interesting, right? Why does he have to write this? Like, why the act of creation? So you only have to go out of your way to actively create. Like things that you still feel comfortable. So it's kind of like, like when you have an argument with someone, and someone just won't let you have your argument. But if you're secure enough in who you are, you don't have to go ahead and necessarily, you don't need other people to be with you. I don't need people to be with you. If people need you to agree with them, like, when it can't stand the fact that you have a different opinion, that highlights a hidden level of insecurity. Secure people are absolutely open. Other people not agreeing with him. So as he acts the truth, he's theologically insecure because we see the greatness of Allah. Right? We saw yesterday's video. Allah is kind of like this element of it that was so pious, that was so righteous. So it's almost like an insecurity. What means the perfectly right and goes to the kingdom and repudiate the God of Israel. What is it? But that's like you're coming to a church, every day there's a man, there's a result. We know the church every day. Why do you have to write? Why do you have to write? Our mind is that spiritual insecurity. It's how you know what's like this. You know, so the people are like, that's it, as after as you all, I like to go, when it's how you show me, as well as it's going to be interesting. So then you ultimately approaching out as your own. And he found him hiding in shore. And what did he do? Shekobi Askaros, Shekosi Avodas, the body campaign. There's a record where you do. Yeah, you're going for unfortunately, when this stuff kills, we lost the way. So maybe it was something that you know, but we have to be careful about how we speak about that. Like that from Russia, and Russia, I don't want none of us want the Russia showing up in the group. One cause, we just don't want that. And just how did I do that in Russia? I just don't do that in the worst thing. But you know, something else is, you know, such a sensitivity that even about these people who the mission of something that I think are on our bones, you don't understand the struggles, you don't understand the struggles which is going to go through. So anyway, so Yehu cut out every single time that secretary he found the name of the Sharku, he cut out that name and replaced it with the name of the Desire. Menashe, Shanasha Kaf. Why is it called Menashe? Because he forgot God. Dava Achad, Menashe, Shishi, Shisha, or it means that he caused Israel to forget a Kodesh Baruch Hu. Minanan Dilo Asila Anagasi. Hayo de Menashe, we both want to know, but it's sick. And then if you go, Shkela says Shana Menashe Nako. Menashe becomes king when he is 12 years old. And shows up, and then like, his father is Kiskiel. Right, so Kiskiel dies. Menashe becomes king at 12 years old. The Phoenician becomes Shana Menashe, he becomes the youngest son in Noah. He becomes king at 12, reigns for 55 years. Vayas Harav Hashem, Kasha Asa Akov Melech Yisrael. And the kid that was dying, as was probably like Akov. So interesting, you love the comparison to Akov. You know, so what's the nature of the comparison? Not Akov is more than Akov. Just like Akov has no portion in the world to come, Menashe in the favor of Akov. So Menashe has no portion in the world to come. That's another significant correct. You have to wonder about this. Obviously, 12 years old comes in the level, you don't like 12 years old today. But you have to wonder to yourself what that level of responsibility does to a child. As imagine you're becoming a king and you definitely all that responsibility at the age of 12. And you try to figure out that just seems incredibly complicated. All right, anyway, so if I didn't mention I have no favorite thing over how about the nervous like this? We don't know. Menashe, Yosef Ben Golanabo, Shemaiah by Tanya Shawasha Mayaka. I really disagrees. This is the necessary. Menashe does have a portion in the work of him. He does have a fruit looking over Nabo. He comes to us, it said that Menashe died with Hashem, and then Tzibonu shall over one head and listen to him. I'm not listening. So he says, so I'm not Machlokas, I'm not Menashe. That was Menashe. I can't go on Nabo. That's the only thing I have on Restream. So the United States. I'm not Machlokas. Restream with the Akadashi. Both of them actually the same concept. Shemar, we something in Sabo of a wonderful side. We love Menashe, we bring it as Gio. Makata is not Menashe, that's a true. We even more of it. Umar Sabar. That's what's cooking. The master of the London action, there are other children. So ultimately, again, the Torah speaks about the emotional value of the Kabi Swap to the foreign nations. If the London action is this girl, so why is Kabi Swap handed over? Honestly, because the London didn't pick it up. Honestly, because no, actually, this is what is the problem. Kabi Swap didn't pick it up. So it's a fundamental focus about whether or not the London ever actually became a Kabi Swap. I'm not the expert. Once I have a system of 138, this is a tremendous tomorrow. However, Menashe anything from Hava, the last that you gave somebody Shiva. Whoever says that Menashe doesn't have a great friend from Hava, ultimately you're being weakened into the hands of Bali Shiva. You can go over Bali Shiva. So that says that can you really enough is very profound because if you say that Menashe doesn't have a friend from Hava, you know what the Menashe gives you Shiva. He gives you Shiva. So if you say that he doesn't have a friend from Hava, that means that Shiva doesn't work for everything. And the moment you put that out that Shiva doesn't work for everything, you disincentivize people becoming Bali Shiva. So people will say, you can be too far gone that Shiva's effect any change in your life. The 20 times that you're working on, the Menashe also Shiva, the Shloshim, the Shalom, the Menashe money, the Menashe for 55 years. For the first 22 of those years, he was a terrible restaurant. But then the last 83 years, he did Shiva. I don't even know the numbers, but still, then Shloshim and Shalom, the Menashe Mechel. The Menashe became king, he was just 12. The Chamishi, Malach Yerushalayim, he reigns. He reigned for 55 years in Yerushalayim. Vayas Harav Asher Asa Achov Melech Yisrael. And again, the Navi equates it to Achov. Kama Malach Achov. How long did Achov go for? As he was a Karkish king for 22 years. Menashe Kama Malach. Chamishi the publisher, Daniel Action Culture, Culture Plus, because it's an interesting you must need to feel style. So what's happening over here is that Halacha Lemaisa, nobody compares Menashe to Acha. What's the nature of the comparison? Acha means for 22 years. So the ones I'm saying over here is that Menashe lived like Acha for 22 years. Meaning for 22 years he was an Acha. For the remainder of his reign, which was then 33 years, he became about Shua. He became about Shua, incredible. Some of your friends, you can actually nice to see that Yishma Ela Bayek Darwai. So it's a general again. We know what turned Menashe, right? What was it that made Menashe into being about Shua? He was captured, right? He was captured by Aram. And the great probably first to those right, he calls that reference powerful. So one term says, by Ishmael, Hashem heard Menashe's supplication, by Yek Darwai. So he was looking by Yek by Yek Darwai, right? Which is the better advice, who Menashe David, and we thought we couldn't get it. What do you mean by Yek Darwai? The one is, the Asura will perfect meaning of Kayas Berekia. We also need to Menashe like a tunnel, like a Makayas. Makayas means like a secretly, like secretly. He made him a secret tunnel for Tshuva and Rakia in the Shemaim. Why? He had a couple of Tshuva. In order to go out and receive Menashe in proper Tshuva, why? They play Midas Hadin. Because ultimately, again, because remember, Midas Hadin, the divine attribute justice said, Menashe, you cannot become about Tshuva. You're too far gone. You're far from you have to make like a secret pathway from Menashe's Tshuva, but even a strict attribute of justice cannot become. So what are you seeking here? You're seeking here. You have to play kind of like being God is. One of the great parts of being God is you make the rules. You make the rules. So what happens? Midas Hadin says, a guy like Menashe can't do Tshuva. What does the Rebbeinu Shalom do? He makes a different action. He makes a different color. He's going to have an ultimately, again, allows for it, you allow Menashe to come, to somehow come back. So that the Rebbeinu wants more than only you want a Tshuva. He wants us to change. He wants us to be able to go ahead and come back to him. And even if the limited construct of Tshuva says that such a person can't return, the Rebbeinu Shalom will make a different pathway. When it comes to Tshuva, the Rebbeinu Shalom never says no. And we said, you always keep trying to do this, and nobody says, well, if you do Tshuva anyway, nothing stands in the way of following you into Tshuva. I'm not looking on the Shorashki. I'm not saying that we might be sick. It's just not what you are looking on the Shia. It's just not looking at the Ata is not a other method. So what's the sense of the liberation? The luck is right there. The luck is not because you're luck in the first thing. But sit in the first thing. The minus the third and Aya. Speaking for example, the Haxia Sa'olam Kulo, they tell the luck is really luck. Another that's a reason that this week. Some people who are so evil, but they know some really happy to go ahead and turn the word back. Let's start all over again. Because things were so broken. The days of your lucky, things were so broken that the Father literally wanted to return the world to tell about it. We started to go to this paradise. And again, although your lucky was a praise of the generation was good. He can't talk about access, how long you about why we should go and sit here. Soon you're going to have wanted to go out and start the next all over again. Things are not sit here. We start at the 6 year in the sky of Isaac. But the God is the righteousness of 6 year, so spread the generation of our 6 year. That's a righteous from here. But the generation is just looking for someone who's righteous. Either our leader is righteous, either the generation is not. Our generation is righteous, even if the leader is not. Allah wants our success more than anything. And as long as we can find someone who is worthy of salvation, someone who is worthy of his dropout, and ultimately again will spread the collective. It's incredible. So the Lord says, the Sidki and I'm sick, but that's why they have Hashem. Also, but Sidki also doesn't know he is not righteous. Says he also did that which was evil in the eyes of Hashem. Shall we have a new coach and a new coach? What it means is that this Sidki had to be wanted to object. Thus, the Sidki himself was righteous. He always his mistake. And the mistake was he had the ability to object the negative behavior of each generation, but it failed to do so. This is this thing over and over. It has so when you see something bad happening, and you don't do anything. You are held liable as if you committed the wrong mistake. Overwhelming idea. Overwhelming idea. Zum Beispiel, nein, ich habe nicht als ich habe. Wir werden ja das Sachen gehen. Als andere Sachen, manchmal ist es falsch. I got in the and I thought to be nothing Vanessa. And if I handed them over in the hands of the king of Vanessa. And what did he do in his hands over the king of Vanessa, right? He danced the keep on the hand. He ends up so he's in trouble with God and he's turning himself around. He starts saying today, that's the Vanessa. She never I used back the king of Vanessa. I'm not in there. But over she other kids, she other hands. Not there, I'm in the action of some. The hand as much that I do that he will only like she was holy stuff. Shakati in Amatia. Saki Maki ever the other. So really look at a smile behind Amatia. And I like to be not to do the same like him. But it's not behind Amatia. I don't think you're going to give over the hands of Susan ever in the chair. And she ever hang which that hell how can I not see anything from this machine? He took the balance off as though he began worshiping the Shema and the Apollo. But I'm not sure that folks as Adonis, the level as Tanya, by a bit as Elohim, and say it by the Hero Room, and the Hero Staka of the Hamid. So again, I'm not sure it's going to be free. And that's what I'm not sure is free. You don't know say what you're doing that. I'm not about I want to issues. This is what people think things Spanish, but they say, fuck you, the mind, the yoga, thank you, the mind, the yoga. Now you know the mind, the yoga, is hard with this. So sometimes again, you can cry for someone and he doesn't understand. You can smile upon someone and he doesn't understand. Look to the person who doesn't understand between you and God. So reference to these things that we don't really have to see these defend themselves around. We will understand that we want the opportunity to be presented. And therefore again, continue to go on the path of the other. By a vocal sorry, not a father. By a vocal to shout at father. So that's a thing that should be out. So like all the things that's the ministers of the king of Babylon himself came and he shot Babylon. And it was very sure as to not just in the fact of Babylon, but the second said like that. The king of Babylon situated himself at the gates of the city. He redeemed ultimately and alone with the king of Babylon, Babylon were reaching. The Asher the Malay, Babylon is Zion, Babylon put that Raya Fulsi color in the place where ultimately the next for his house. This guy is now the shepherd comes along and ends his job. The idea of the gate of the city was the place where the Sahajin was, unfortunately. So that very place where each city was used, not the shepherd. So that's what he's thinking about us. The shepherd brings his stuff. I'm not different than the Bible. Might have said, ask this beautiful passage. That's a hard one because it's a beautiful passage. Ask something which I thought about it. So it's just show me says initially, I passed by the house of the field of a leasing man. Now I called other customers, and I passed by the vineyard of a man who left heart. Both the leasing man and the man who left heart are both repented. Right to the field and to what happened? In the other field to show him how to power Korean together about the so what happens? The people of the world thorns and thistles. And what happens? The stone walls are the state of disrepair. So that's the metaphor. Our struggle is about the house. Who's the man, right? Who's the reason? Who's the man? Who's the reason? That's the house. That kind of other person made who's the person who lacks heart to the vineyard is an action. Then also we have to expect the fact that the vineyard only control, and it is always the vineyard form, Zehamel. Consequently, Kalun Zemi Hajaki. Together, I have myself, and we know the story, and the point is going to be prepared. Zeti, no, Shenetra, is not such a device. This is when I say something that happens, this is the body that you are the person is privileged as people who are in the country. Possibly, for reason, so I say, the way that some people get into the feelings, the growth that they actually desire to do the right thing. Moving with the feelings is just apathy. Apathy is the deep way we are. It is horrible and it's sin. the moment you just begin to not care, the moment you just begin to push yourself, the moment apathy sets in, anything happens like that. This is what I was talking about. This is what I was saying. And he said, "Have you not been doing that?" He often says that the greatest tribute to Sahara is not faith. The greatest tribute to Sahara is Yiddish. Literally, despair. Where a person just gives up, where a person stops caring, where a person is apathetic. That's all kinds of cognitive idiots begin to say. So it's interesting. How does normal, how does someone describe dementia? How does he describe pathos? I just lazy, that's the way apathetic people who all start with apathy. Person, that's why the most important resource in life is to be passionate each and every day. To make sure it's right, we always speak about this. You have to push yourself every day. You have to be moving forward every day because if I'm not moving, if I'm staying in place also, do you know the other word for staying in place? The symbol for staying in place is stagnation or apathy. Apathy, that's it. Apathetic people aren't going out from the blessing. Apathetic people aren't going out apathetic people are just, this is changing it up. Right? An apathetic person finds a nice place to cover. Right? This is comfortable. This is nice. This is good. I'm not doing anything wrong. You're doing very good. I'm not doing anything wrong. Except, apathy is a deep road to move on to every other terrible behavior. Terrible behavior never stops terrible behavior. Terrible behavior starts with apathy. Apathy, and it's like apathy, it's downward spiral. Overwhelming. I don't know if this is a good time of year, but how did people say how to rescue it? There are four people are four dreams. Literally, again, who do not perceive the spirit. Who are they? Have links in. Oh, that's, I don't know what's the English word, that's stuff. It's really just the stuff, right? It's like, Alexa is someone who takes nothing seriously. Everything you do. Everything you got. Listen, you know, never get bullied for this. You know, in the beginning, when it always was their wisecracks, like, oh, that's huge. At a certain point, it's like, enough of it. Enough of it. Don't you take anything seriously enough in life to not have like a one-line comeback? Just stop. And let it go to entertaining to annoying pretty quickly. And again, if you're not trying to relax, nothing serious. Nothing serious. And again, the only things like that, moments in life that you're like, oh, that can be serious, that's something. And you know how it is, like, all you need, it's not like a situation like this where, like, if you're talking with the crap, or you're with the crap, or like, if he's in the night, just finished playing, that comes away and says that, man, what does it do? It, like, sucks all the spiritual out of it. And so, and again, it's like, it just creates like a thing. So if I see that again, you just understand, you have no relationship with that person, brother. Well, that's, yeah, you know, who's up and this and that. Next, not Shakroni. Again, also Shakroni. Shakroni most of us may get as a liar. The person who's a liar can't have relationship with love. Why? Because the prerequisite for a relationship with God, the prerequisite with God is honesty. Worship does not need perfection. It does not even need greatness. All it needs is honesty. Because if I'm honest with myself, I know what I am and I know what I'm not. And if I know essentially what I'm not, I can work on that. If I am honest, if I am a liar, liars somewhat create relationships. Because again, if you're lying, then by definition, there is nothing to be sold on. Not anything. Everyone say that again. But it's like, it's horsepower, right? Khalifa is battery and safety, getting safety out of it. I don't really believe it. I don't really believe it. But rather again, I'm using it. I'm using it to also, you know, like when people do this, people do, I guess it's like, like that. It's so disingenuous. And everyone knows it's disingenuous. But once you get to the part, the part is, when someone starts letting go, look how that's nice. It's like, you're thinking about, I know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. But it's like, everybody likes to do the part. It's time to actually And those against so also it's interesting by the way, if you notice, what's these are core groups who cannot have the accomplishment here means they can't have a relationship with Hashem. Here's your lecture. But listen, please by the way, let's listen over here. Let's listen over here. If you're going to listen to the relationship with God, think about it. Think about it. Hold the saw, right? Right? Right, maybe a point number 2 would be. All right, so you got it. Let's get it. Right? All right, let's get it. Right, number 3. Sure, what's wrong, right? That's a big 3. We got the big 3. If you're not there, that's a real life. I think it was very scared when they were relationship with God. I think it's like that. We all commit others. We all commit our data. It's like, it's not remember like I've done a couple of movies and it's even reported on the clock. Right? So listen, we all commit our data every single day. Our data is always getting in relationship with God. Honestly, stands really a relationship with God. If you look at the coming on all of these things, it's all about honesty. Relax. You can't be honest about it. You just can't just take it seriously. So what he does is he uses humor to just take the honest out of every circumstance. A shotgun, obviously, again, dishonest. Then he's all dishonest. You know what she had. So let's say again, let's know how always takes place well. Always takes place well. As you know, I should say always takes place behind closed doors. And usually, the greatest purveyors of Lashon Hara will present themselves like your friends, right? But present like someone who's got your back, like someone who's your buddy. And here they're not looking behind your back. That's when you're really stabbing over and over. So those are the common denominators. The prophet says, you're not honest, there's no foundation for a relationship. You can see from praying and talking about yourself. That's what we're doing. She is in a church, but after the blood, we're all sinners. We're all sinners. Some of us are not mutual, some of us are habitual, some of us are just on the weekends, others are like on opiate Tuesdays, right? Oh yeah, others, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, right? Like I said, this is to church. Whatever you're doing, whatever you're using advice, I got you. You can work it through. But if you're dishonest, then you're willing to have a relationship. You're kind of so advisor. Like that now you have to calculate so you can see much of the rest of the catch up against the about CBD catch up and you see don't understand the econ cast anything you see on the stand up level how the job actually how to see all corporate to Russia on the group on that something that vamos a empezar a llevar hay que se recibe de bases los ciudadanos de la calor en la que nos va a hablar so what's the way to read the bases over here the governor says governor says what's the seguro la calor no te va a hablar so the Lord says no seguro la calor that will be again that the law will not be set upon you shall not be short for him to her ultimately against the law you should be to her shall not be short for yourself that's the very important doesn't mean you should have you to her when you think about you to her don't have you to her right and that's the right because it's upside down right when you get it no you to her right so the hands are on you right so it doesn't mean that when you to her rather if you don't offer it show you yourself on you to her you guys shouldn't be ruling over you listen, I'm always going for a step to reach the right step. The shadow is choosing charge. When you saw that, no sooner is left by the law is her should not rule over you. Yet, lo hizo la o sea, tenemos que ver la an affliction. She not confessed to offense. She was herself, which took us suffered to God, which shall cover in our God. So this is that when a man controls the wrong trip, he shouldn't shine his light in the state of suffering to God. And that's what I this week. So man controls the wrong trip, he says, he wants to live his life. So again, if a man knows that his life is a leader, suffering is what we call it. Life becomes so just how to himself, but the Lord should read it end up ultimately, again, end up seeing it. So that's like, it's actually interesting that the next it's usually a piece that this really knows each other in the hustle. It could hold something with no point when it's your song. We like suggestion. The first cover was Sina and Allah. Ultimately, again, we are working with the power of your heart and we will do it. How do you do that? The mega when Tabi Allah. You might actually react as you don't come on and find the right asafet ruga. You need to move over your root Sahara is to really settle within your life. A lot of times we easily get ourselves into trouble. So it becomes and it also means that you choose to live in the world of love. You choose to live in the world of suffering. But we allow suffering to be perpetuated. As I said, all of us have areas of our life where someone was asked us, are you living correctly in this area? I'd be like, and I do believe if it's not wrong, I go to the first Mexican jollof ever in Florida. I know. This area of my life. So much. We all have to figure out, all of us have. Those areas, some of areas where I know that I'm doing a lot of work, and other areas where I know that really get in my faith is suffering. In my life is a suffering way. And a lot of times we know there's a suffering and we just perpetuate kind of like the different parts of our existence. If you have too much suffering in life, that's what you somehow experience. So much of life is identifying the areas of my life that's they're not really what they should be, but they are what they should be. If I can eliminate the suffering in my life to the best of my ability, I'm going to grab everything all of it. And I'm going to decide to the best of my ability, you know, it's a very spiritual and it's all enough. Incredible. So we're all about it. Doing so really spoils this food in public, which means that my children and my students should not be things that are publicly disgraceful. Probably all values that we do. But at least publicly again, things should be touched. I've done that part of the church maybe, or maybe my experience, but because it is going to ultimately again is a reference reference from a father, reference from a mother, and reference from a father. So the first reference is to the reference of a father. Reference of father, what's the reference of a father? Number one, don't let me compare the Lord. Number two, again, going on from how do you refer to each other doesn't remind you? Don't let me be sucked in your life. If there's status in the way that you're living, don't say this. Don't put concentration. Don't be uncertainty. There's gray, figure it out. If you don't talk about how you're conversation with yourself, don't how yourself to yourself. Don't be scared about bad dreams in life. Don't share bad dreams. What's the reason you don't share bad dreams? What does that mean? Yeah, what's that? What are dreams? What are dreams? As you know, my phone is not about what dreams are. Dreams are not meaningful. And I said, why do you not to get scared about bad dreams? What do you mean by it? So much comes in life, you're scared of, and really that's what we really want to do. Because we're scared of all the possibilities that could occur. This could happen, that could happen. And you know what I say, every given, like in every given moment of life, anything, everything could go wrong in so many different ways. Why does the father say to his son? Father says to his son, don't be scared off by bad things. Don't be scared to do big and do just because you become paralyzed by any things that could go wrong. Yes, you have to all could go wrong. Everything is not to go wrong. But the only way you know to be successful is when you're Hashem if you give it a try. This is what a father says to his son. A lot of times, father says to his son, son, you're going to have tremendous moments of weakness. In those moments of weakness, make sure that at least you fail privately and not publicly. Let's say it's a big thing. We all fail. You know, it says, you know, it says, reference. First, I read Zahara. First, we never read Zahara. The first, I read Zahara. personally to her, or personally to her, or what have you. Let's say I can't go ahead, I can't go have that to her. What's what you know, so it's like, you're not straight for that black girl. Go somewhere where no one knows you, and do what you need to do. Because it understood that some comes away from going to lose the battle against the Java. If you're going to lose the battle, minimize the fallout. Minimize the collateral damage. Minimize the corruption. You're going to sin, go to a public route. You're going to sin, go somewhere else. That's what I'm the point of all of these. What the idea of the conversation is some. You're going to fail. It's going to happen to all of us. Just make sure you end the day it's incredible. Back to the Bible says, you come to end up your hustle with after that, is the government of mother gives to a child. What does mother say to a child? So he says, a mother comes along and says, you know the party child love is what I'm going to have. I'm preparing something different. So what is it to a child? Like they don't want you to watch over you in all of your ways. They should hold you in the palms of their hands. I'll shut up on that. So good luck. Don't just look at you should tremble on the lions and the snakes. So what's the back of the mother? To get us like a mother, be safe. Be safe, right? I find it has all of these different causes. I want everyone to say shit for that. I love you. I just want you to be safe. You know, you should watch over you. You should check us. A father open it with a righteous service. Successful. Like the father gives all of the different things that is overcome the sorrow. Like don't do this suffering. Don't let bad dreams stay up on the mouth of shit. Good things. All these things belong to shit for us. That's what you do. That's what you do. I want to show you. You should travel and experience discoveries. You feel accomplished. You don't accomplish what you do from the mother. So you know what I want you to be safe. I want you to be okay. I want you to be happy. Incredible. Those are the things of the mother. You can't get us left out your mind. After that, everything will be living in darkness that the Bible gives to us. What are the numbers up in the world? So what's the end of days? To be a shot by my favorite. As I say this, you are absolutely. So say, what's the Bible say? If you put your faith in me, I will save you. I will save you. As I create you, I will lift you up. Production will be my name. You pray me, that you plug in the harmony, I will answer you. You know I will feed you well, if you get sorrow, and lead you in every difficult place. I'll feel the half of the day. Only a baby to be moved by a baby Yeshua. So listen to that. What does the Bible say? See, the Bible says he wants to be saved. What does the Bible say? I got you. I got you. Because you look at everything that's still out with you, right? As long as you put your hand in mind, which one says, I got you. And listen, this love actually is the father giving all of the advice the son needs in order to be successful. The mother just be a discipline which I don't really even care what you accomplish or don't accomplish in life. I just want you to be okay. I just want you to be safe. I want you to be happy. Yes. And what this mother is telling us, put your hand in mind, wrap your arms around you, and I promise you, whatever happens in life, I got you. I got you. Incredible. I want you to love this very big city. Incredible. That'll say, by the way, you sometimes forget that, like, the bonus only is not you. He's not looking for us. He's not looking for them. He's not saying, you know, my color, do not miss this, get a shot. He's not saying that. He's just saying, put your hand in mind. Just throw your arms around your flag. Got you. You forget that sometimes all that can probably wants from us is love. All he wants from us is that sense of commitment. All he wants from us is to know that we are together in this moment. He says, you're with us today. You're sitting, you're back self, you're down the line. I say, it's okay, we'll work it through. We'll work it through. But just tell me that with you. And you just trust our God. You trust our depth for the put our hands with some focus. So your arms around you. That's all we have to do. That's all we have to do. It says, I got you. I'm going to show up this night and see. Thy name is shine, O light. And draw around the shadow. It may not always show to this. Yes, it's so foolish, but it's interesting. But in the word is shine. So the version is soda. The version is soda. But whenever you look the word Russia, behind it is forward. than the rich and the shame. As the rich, higher shame and irony. Why was it written? This one is written that way. Why is it written that way? Even if you're not asked the other much, you're not asked the much, you're not. So remember, completely irony out of Russia. Then you have rush. What does rush mean? Rush means port. So the idea was listen to this. That if a person is port below, port above, what does this mean? It also like this. A person is disliked by other people, that is generally indicative that they are disliked by others. That is translation. There is words like father is actually from the basic logic to it. If you can't get along with people, right, who you can see, who you can interact with, talk with who you need, and also tell the homeowners who is probably going to be able to go on. Let's just believe that it works. If a person is disliked by people, then ultimately again they are disliked by a Kurdish culture. And then if this was add that to his own, it's not that. So just because you say it all together, and nevertheless, if having on the first order for body, فخلوا مش برضه الشقة المفهومة بالتخيل سواء في الزمن الجسم because the unacceptance is real. There are people who are despised by other people, and yet they are still around back to the Bible. Let's say here's a good example of that. Who's an example of that? Governor Noah. Governor Noah was despised by his people. Despised by people. And yet, he was beloved for his people. He was something saying that he was despised not by Jews. He was despised by some of the Gentile leaders. Ultimately, again, for his revolution. So it says, so generally, this metric is correct. If you can't get along with people, by definition, you usually don't have a relationship with Hashem. But the unacceptance, so people who don't get along with people, but are still beloved by Hashem. Once I sort of point out how the church is covered, you know, by the way, so during 40 years in the desert, you were to take a reality poll, right, about Moshe Rabbeinu. I don't know that we would be in double digits. Only in double digits. What you say is many people often really only become appreciated when you're dead. Right? So again, when you say Governor Murdoch, or I say Governor, I'm not sure if I should stand up cutting off in the sheep off. He is treated like garbage. Literally like garbage during his life. By masses of people, and that's even by his own family, treated like garbage. Once he dies, again, everybody loves him. Moshe Rabbeinu, treated like garbage. Not just treated like garbage, despised. Some of the people who are stealing, the people who are adultery, all kinds of crazy stuff. It's just humiliation, whatever the reason is. We often don't appreciate the great people we have in our midst when we're alive. Once they die, then we recognize ultimately again what we truly have now, what we lost. So again, we're not telling you generally the rule is if you're despised by people, you're generally despised by God. Accept it. But to accept it. Now, I'm going to accept it. But it's just government as a framework. The rule holds true for everyone else. Has 55 different interpretations of Finnish Vayikra. That's the first point out how ridiculous and amazing this is. Finnish Vayikra, which is like Finnish Vayikra, this week managed the Sunday of Finnish Vayikra. Right? Yeah?
What did she do?
Is this decalculated? That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. On a 7.5-year cycle, the first Sunday of Finnish Vayikra, and now by the way, Menashe, Dashi, ultimately again, 55 different interpretations of Finnish Vayikra, all 55 corresponding to the years of his marriages. I make a video every year to establish a new Russia. I mean, it's a little special, but I have one to say. Russia, obviously again, despite all the other Zara, had a tremendous connection to Torah, and ultimately again had a tremendous insight into Torah. Again, what's that? It's not just the 33 years of the Yeshiva, it's 55 years of Drexel that finished Vayikra. That was Menashe. Achot, Shlomi the Phoenicia. Achot for both 85 different interpretations of Finnish Vayikra. Yerevan, named Shosha, 103 interpretations of Finnish Vayikra. Also, by the way, why the office still on the Finnish Vayikra? Why the office of Finnish Vayikra? I'd like to work the only vote. How come Yaki can cover the last Vayikra Kabbalah. Short of Kabbalah is colored close. Like deep down, what does every single youth want? Deep down, what we all want is Kibbutz Hashem. It's called the Zachar Shabbat. That's all I want. I need Kibbutz. I was being retold. All I want is to be close. Just sometimes I become so ridiculously complicated. And for whatever reason, I get the well from that final recognition. But everyone wants Kibbutz. Everyone wants Kabbalah. Everyone wants Kibbutz. Even in Asher. It's even Apple. Even in Asher. Even Apple, you know, listen, again. Apple, you love them in Asher. If you think this year on Mishnah, you don't have a creative feeling. If you choose this year on Mishnah, it's thousands of Kurdish holidays. Even the greatest sinner God is so just loves to let you with the emotion or the time. I also have to stop on this today. How was it? Tomorrow's the shutdown. Tomorrow's the shutdown. Sugar. The guys, we are fine. You know what I said? Tremendous start to the week. Am I good at it? What's that? For those that are keep us comments, the viewers are going to be doing right in the classroom right after you. Classroom says right across. But that's no stuff, everybody. Also, schedule-wise, we will get around the class minion in the show.
However, the precise sound of tone one is unclear, so I hear each sound that What is a very famous part of Rosh Hashanah was intervening. In a tiny token, it describes the awesomeness of the day of Hashem's glory. Why are you not supposed to bow all the way down to reading the Bible intervening? It is forbidden to bow on the stone far outside of the hand. Thus, we put something between our faces and the floor.
I will say good morning. Before that, it's supposed to Baruch Hashem to be able to begin this new month. And this newly learning this beautiful Masechet. We got to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank. Our Kamatola sponsors for Tosh Shin Pei Hey, the Tosh Mishpach, dedicating all the Shurim and Drushos this year. This is supposed to be Soros Levels for Am Yisrael. Our week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pollack, the creation of the yahrzeit of Paul's father, Shmuel ben Zachariah, great grandmother, Cyril Bas Dov, who are both Nifter on Rosh Chodesh Nisan. Both of Rosh Chodesh Nisan, Nurse Hashem, the Rosh Hashanah, family in the Chama, is the Zokan Nurse Hashem, to the Soros Levels on the South of Nurse Hashem, and all our hospitals, and with the soldiers to be successful, Chol Maaseh Dem, should be Zokan Nurse Hashem. It should be a month of Nisan in the flows. It looks like we don't yet have a Kamatola sponsor for the month of Nisan. There are still opportunities in Nurse Hashem. If you would like to do that, remember the special occasion of a loved one, or just stop to be married, Soren, Klaus Yisrael. You can see the office, ring by the office in Nurse Hashem for more details. That concludes the promotional part of this morning's share. And now, Nurse Hashem, never getting also today's done is Kuf Gimel 103. And we are picking up the Nurse Hashem on Kuf days and days. We left off 15 lines up the bottom. Hold up, nothing. Half of shuffle layup. Terrible Gemara. The nothing says half of the shuffle. Now, what shuffle means is like literally equal, which means that what Rav is saying is that Achal was not the complete Russia. He was kind of like the middle of the road. Shneimar, Vayomer Hashem, Miv Teres Achal, he actually had this Gemara before. The Gemara says to the Nishanis, who is going to entice Achal to sin? So he should go out to war. Remember again, Achab goes out to battle thinking that he's going to be successful. So Shmuel is looking for Neshama who is going to go ahead and entice Achab to go ahead and sin. Who is the one who's going to do that? Vayomer. Zevakol, Zelmer, Vakol, Maskira Yosef. So what says the idea over here, what is the Nachman Helen? The Nachman Helen over here is that the Shmuel almost needed someone to entice Achab to sin, to entice Achab to follow erroneous advice, which seemed to indicate that Achab was not all bad. He was shackled. The Gemara says, Maskira Yosef, man because of a rock Bahaya Ka'achab Asher Ismacha La'asas Rabbeinu Hashem. Asher Istal Sarizel Ishto. So again, the Gemara says, Rabbi Yosef, how can you say that Achab was that he was shackled, that he was equal? Look what the pasuk says, right? That ultimately, again, there is no one like Achab to went ahead and did such terrible things in the eyes of his parents. Okay, aside from his wife Izebel, what did Izebel do? The Tanino, the Koyo Mesa Shekelis Shikli Zav, La Bodos Kochabi. Okay, the only person worse than Achab was his wife, was Izebel. What did Izebel do? She measured up gold coins for Avodah Zarah every single day. Most of the thing yourself, so what's measuring out gold coins? So remember again, it's one thing to worship Avodah Zarah. It's another thing to give your money to Avodah Zarah. Right? To worship, okay, maybe you're not so committed. Once you give your money, where you give your money, that represents your faith. So worship. He's never gave him money. So the Gemara goes back to that. I'm how can we see Abu Shakal? So again, we have to explain the status. So what does it mean? Obviously, we're not going to explain the money. We're not going to say that Halacha said there was some type of positivity to Achav's personality. What was the positive to Moshe Yisrael? Achav, Batshon de Mamona Halas. Achav was generous. It's very incredible. Achav was generous. He was Batshon literally means he was easy going with his money. He shared his money. And because he went ahead and he shared his wealth with Talmidei Chachamim, that atoned for half of his avarice. I will say, is that not? Is that not the power of tzedakah, the power of generosity? That even for a person like Achab, and by the way, it's interesting that you see like the opposites of Achab and right? Izebel concentrated her wealth ultimately again on the Avodah Zarah. But Achab went ahead and traded up the Talmidei Chachamim. Again, he was wiping out Torah on one hand and supporting Talmidei Chachamim on the other hand. He said, we'll get to this in just a moment. Joseph, the idea over here is to have a woman and Talmidei Chachamim is tzedakah wiped out half of his wishes, half of his iniquities. This goes with the motif of tzedakah chatzil mimaras. And literally, again, tzedakah has the ability to save us from bloodshed. The power of generosity to wipe out even the most heinous sin is an overwhelming so. You guys said, what's the logic of it? Why does tzedakah have such power? Well, so we know this. Because what is the hardest thing in this world to part with? Money. Money. We work hard for it. Like we always want more of it. And the ability to take something that you worked for, that you had the strong feeling that it's really yours, even though theologically you know that it's not mine. The ability to take something that I worked hard for that is mine and to be able to give it to someone else is the highest, almost like the highest spiritual level that one can reach. Because the only way you can do that is if you believe that it's not yours. Because if I believe that it's mine, I don't want to give it, and a lot of times I don't give it. If I believe that it's not mine, but it belongs to Kosh Baruch Hu, Moshe gave it to me as a custodian of his wealth. And
everybody stop what you're doing.
To keep everything for me and to go
Your
ahead
ass
and be
is
as
a kid.
generous as possible with others. It's the highest level of spiritual growth, highest level of spiritual accomplishment.
Trace, wait, you ready to lose?
Incredible. So what's later up? I have going back. Remember, Cheshbon was looking for a spirit. So does he need someone to go out and to trick Achab into going into battle, which would be the battle in which he would lose his life. So who steps forward? So Ruach, a certain spirit came forward. And the spirit said, I will entice Achab to go to war. Vayomer Hashem, Elad, Bama, Vayomer, Eitzeh, Vayisi Rak, Sheker, V'fi Kol Neviyav, Vayomer, Tifta, V'gantuchal, Seva Asekei. So the spirit comes before us. I'll be the one who deceives Achab. I'll be a voice in the mouths of the false prophets, and they'll go ahead and they'll tell Achab to go out to battle. He'll go out to battle, and he'll die in battles. The Shmuel says, "Say, good, go out to the Asekei." My ruach, the Gemara says, ruach, what spirit is? So that's from before. Rabbi Yochanan, rucho shalbos Yisrael. Remember again, it was the spirit of Navos. What happened with Navos? Remember again, Navos had a vineyard.
One of the worst breaks I've ever
Levels
seen.
would not sell. Acha was very depressed.
Why
He
do you
spoke to his
keep
wife.
doing
His
illegal
wife said,
breaks,
"No problem.
dog?
Just bring him up on false charges of rebelling against the king, idolatry, all this other kind of stuff." He had Navos executed. What's the
You don't even
halacha
know how
when
to
you
do
execute
a
someone
real
for
break.
against what's the halacha? The king gets his property. The king gets his property. And therefore, again, Allah
That's a miss.
so he got the vineyard, he got
That's
the
one of the
vineyard,
biggest
and
misses
Navos.
I've
No,
ever
he's
seen.
executed. The spirit of Navos wants its revenge against
That
Ahab. Might say,
That's a bad
the
shot.
says to the spirit, go out. What does that mean?
One of the worst shots ever. What the fuck is that?
Who says if you spirit, if you're gonna lie, just know if you're gonna lie, you can't
The
come back.
muffin
Once you
man
go
that
out to lie,
fucking
you can't
abducted
come back.
Trey's way.
Because again, there is no sheker, there is no lying, there is no untruths in the presence of the Ribbon Shalom. Incredible. I'm not Papa. Hanudami Inchi, the Para Kine Marchet they say. So I said this yields the famous adage, the Para Kine, he who wants
Are
to
you
go
fucking serious?
go ahead and
Dog.
repay vengeance.
This game sucks.
Destroys his own home. So I said, this is actually a profound idea that sometimes the desire for revenge is so acute that at the end of the day, I might raise a path of self-destruction, and I'm bent on that.
Trey's way
direction.
solids.
There's another expression that's often used for this. The expression that's used is "Tamos nafshi,"
That shot is beautiful.
which is that phrase that Shimshon said before he knocked down the pillars of the Colosseum, representing this idea that sometimes I want revenge
Garbage.
so badly that even if I'm going to go down with the ship,
Garbage.
I'm willing to guard my ears. So Shimshon is different. Shimshon is going to die regardless. Like
Oh,
what Lamaisa, he
wow.
goes down with the Klishkin. So the same idea. Parakine, he who wants to, he who is bent on repaying revenge, Matthew basically will destroy his own house. Vayas Achav es Hashira, Vayosef Achav Lasos Lahachis es Hashem Elokai.
One of the best
So
shots
again, so Achav
we've
goes
ever
ahead
seen.
and he's idolatry, and he continues to do the things that anger HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He called Malchi Yisrael Shaded in front of him, and he was the worst. He was the worst. Achav was the worst. What did he do? Because of Al Daltos Shomron, Achav Kafar Be'elokei Yisrael. The Fichach Ein Lo Chelik Be'elokei Yisrael. He was literally Achav wrote on the doorway to the entranceway of his kingdom, right? On the doorway to the entranceway of the Shomron. He wrote, Achav is Kofar. Achav Kafar denies. Achav denies the God of Israel. Therefore, he has no.
Are you fucking serious?
By the way, it's so interesting, right? Why does he have to write this, right? Why
He put some kind of
repudiation?
horsey on that bitch.
Like things.
I think
it's
that's
just those
mine.
little touches. Well, it's kind of like
No, it's
you know,
not.
like when you're having an argument with someone, and someone just won't let you have your own opinion. Right? If you're secure enough in who you are, you don't have to go ahead and necessarily you don't need other people to agree with you.
That was a
You do
tough
the
shot.
thing. I don't
Tough
need you to
angle.
agree with what I'm doing. When people need you to agree with them, right? When they can't stand the fact that you have a different opinion, that highlights a heightened level of insecurity. Secure people are absolutely okay with other people not agreeing with them. So it's almost as if Achav feels this need. He's theologically.
Get in. What a shot.
Right?
What a shot.
Achav like this element of him that was so pious, that was so righteous. Like one man says, almost like the insecurity needs to constantly write on the doors of the kingdom, I repudiate the God of Israel. I just do the thing. We already see what you're doing. You're worshiping anyone and
Are
everyone
you
but God.
serious?
Like you're planting Asherah trees. You know, everywhere there's a mound, there's Avodah Zarah. We know that you're coming to Avodah Zarah. Why do you have to write?
No, I
Why do you
can't.
have to write? Right?
What a
That's
shot.
spiritual.
One of the best shots of my career. I did not think I could get it.
Vayivakish es Achazio, Vayalpideh, when the sky was shown. I'm sorry, it's the sandwich that you just one second. Going to another king, Yehu. So again, Yehu ultimately again was searching out Achazio, and he found him hiding in Shomron. Amar Levi, She'akoder Askaros, the Kosef Avodos Kochavim Tafteim. We'll say, what did Yehu do? Yehu, again, we're going through, unfortunately, a list of kings who lost their way. So Yehu, we saw from yesterday's Gemara, and we do have to be careful about how we speak about them. Right after Menashe, I don't want, none of us want Menashe showing up in a dream, right? So you just don't want that. I mean, I guess Halabai was dreaming about Menashe. I guess it wouldn't be the worst thing. But we saw from yesterday's Gemara such a sensitivity that even about these people who the Mishnah said don't have a hit no, we don't understand we don't understand the struggles, we don't understand what they went through. So anyway, so Yehu cut out every single time in the Sefer Torah he found the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he cut out that name and replaced it with the name of Avodah Zarah. Menashe Shana Shaka. Why was he called Menashe? Because he forgot God. Davar Acher Menashe Shinshi Es Yisrael Dim Shashay. Or
Heartbreaking.
Caused Klal Yisrael to forget HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We know the law of the Aladasi. How do we know that Menashe did he go to Olam Haba? The Ksiv is very interesting. Then Shtemes Shana Menashe Lamachol.
Are you fucking serious?
12 years old. Remember, I was saying his father was Hiskiel. Right? So Hiskiel dies. Menashe becomes king at 12 years old. He becomes the longest serving monarch. He becomes king at 12, reigns for 55 years. Vayas harabe me'Hashem kasha asa Achav melech Yisrael. And he did what was bad, and as he spoke like Achav. So it's interesting. The Navi compares him to Achav.
Oh, what a fucking fortunate break.
Just like Achav has no
Garbage.
to come. So to Menashe has no portion.
Garbage. Just absolute bullshit.
Obviously, 12 years old in to the Navi, not like 12 years old today. But you have to wonder to yourself what that level of responsibility does to a child.
This is horse hockey.
Imagining it and becoming a king and being invested with all that responsibility at the age of 12, right? And trying to figure all of that out just seems incredibly complicated. All right, in any event, so therefore, Menashe has no chilek in Olam Haba. So Mar goes back to it. Yudomer Menashe yesh lo chilek Olam Haba. Shneemar vayistal Menashe al Hashem vayarta. Really disagrees. He says no. Chas v'shalom. Menashe does have a portion in the world to come. He does have a chilek in Olam Haba because the pasuk says that Menashe davened to Hashem. And the Ribono
Champion.
Went ahead and
That's 3 wins in a row, folks.
About Menashe. Does Menashe have a chilek in Olam Haba? Does he have a chilek in Olam Haba? Which one? So the Gemara says, both of them dash in the same passage. Shneimar, Usatim lezavo v'chomam l'chosarez b'glam Menashe ben Yechezkiyahu. Umar savar b'glam Menashe shasa tshuva. Ve'imhu lo Umar savar dap of kufkim. Umar savar b'glam Menashe the law of a tshuva. So ultimately, again, the Torah speaks about the emotional handing over Israel to the foreign nations.
Heard me?
So why was Klal Yisrael handed over? One opinion says because Menashe didn't do tshuva.
Can you please speak English?
What was the problem? Klal Yisrael didn't do tshuva. So we'll say fundamental focus about whether or not Menashe ever actually became a Baal tshuva. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. We'll say Tav of Kufkimo 103a. This is a tremendous.
And then do you have another one in you?
Whoever says that Menashe doesn't have a chilek in Olam Haba, ultimately,
Baby, all I know is that either I keep getting better, or you keep getting worse. Which one is it?
We know one thing. Menashe did the tshuva. He did the tshuva. So if you say that he doesn't have a chilek Olam Haba,
you need to practice.
That tshuva doesn't work for everything. The moment you put that out, that tshuva doesn't
your
work
glasses,
for
okay, and change your name from Mr. Muffin back to Tracy.
People say, you see, you could be too far gone for tshuva to affect any change in your life. The 20 time coming to be open on Menashe asa tshuva l'shloshim v'shalosh shanim. Menashe reigned for 55 years. For the first 22 of those years, he was a and then for the last 33 years, he did tshuva. How do we know the numbers?
You have just witnessed one of the great upsets in the history of the game.
He reigned for 55 years in Yerushalayim.
But I don't even know if we should call these upsets anymore. They're just straight up ass kicking.
22 years. Menashe Kama Malach, Chamishim, the Chamishana, Daminahu, Esrim, the Tartin, Pashul, Class. So, as I said, interestingly enough, the Gemara seems to say as follows. Now, what's happening over here is that Halacha L'Maisa, the Navi compares Menashe to Achav. What's the nature of the comparison? Achar reigned for 22 years. So the Gemara's understanding over here is that Menashe reigned like Achav for 22 years. Meaning, for 22 years he was a Rasha. For the remainder of his reign, which was then...
You like college basketball? I wish I would have known. We did brackets this year. You know what brackets are? You like fill out all 64 teams. Who's going to win the games and then pick a winner?
That made Menashe into being a Baal Tshuva. He was captured, right? He was captured by Aram. And again, probably tortured as well. And he calls out to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Moshe says, Vayishmael, Hashem heard Menashe's supplications.
Do you have a favorite college basketball team?
Hashem said, Vayechtar, which means Menashe davened, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu turned to him. What does it mean, Vayechtar? What's this beautiful Melamed? Sha'asula HaKadosh Baruch Hu to mean Machteres Barakia. The Moshe made for Menashe like a tunnel, like a Machteres. Machteres means
it's cool. You get a lot of upsets, a lot of like small schools beating big schools.
In order to go ahead and receive Menashe in proper
Then they get down to the Final Four.
Because ultimately, again, because remember,
and then the finals game. It's a lot of fun. There's the round of 64, the round of 32, the Sweet 16, the Elite 8, the Final Four, then the finals game, and you have a champion. And it's like a big thing in the United States. Everybody fills out brackets, and then when you combine the viewership of all the games, it's actually bigger than the Super Bowl. And the amount of money that's spent, it's bigger than the Super Bowl.
So what does the Rebbeinu Shalom do? He makes a different pathway. He makes a different tunnel. He goes ahead and ultimately, again, allows for it to, he allows Menashe to somehow come back. So the Rebbeinu Shalom wants more than anything. He wants us to, he wants us to change. He wants us to be able to go ahead and come back to him. And even if one of the construct of Shuvah says that such a person can't Bomoshel Olam will make a dissident pathway. When it comes to Shuvah, the Bomoshel Olam never says no. And if he says no, you keep trying. He says, and even if he says no, if you keep trying anyway, nothing stands in the way of profound and meaningful Shuvah. Rabbi Yochanan Rishroshki. Rabbi Yochanan Rishroshki might have said, "Rishis Mamlachos Lo Yochim Ben Yoshio." It says, "Rishis Mamlachos Tzidkiah." So what it sounds like the Rishis Mamlachos Yochim was Yochim the first king, was Tzidkiah the first king. Monarchs before them, Bikesh is probably the Hafsias Olam Kulo, the Talabah Bishul Yochim. Never was in uses like this. There were some people who were so evil. So the Moshe really wanted to go ahead and turn the world back and start all over again because things were so broken. So these are the Yochim. Things were so broken that his father literally wanted to return the world to Tohu Vavohu. But again, although Yochim wasn't good, so the generation was good. Soon again, Kishmak wanted to go out and start the work all over again. Bring a generation of Sidkia. The start of the Sidkia in the Skara Daita. Kishmak saw the righteousness of Sidkia and spread the generation because of him. So what do you see from here? The devotion is just looking for someone who's righteous. Either our leader is righteous, even if the generation is not, or a generation is righteous, even if the leader is not. And as long as he can find someone who is worthy of salvation, someone who is worthy of his bracha, and ultimately again will spread the collection. It's incredible. So the Gemara says, the Sidkia Namik by Yasha Ben Hashem, but was there that Sidkia also doesn't know he was very righteous. So he also did that which was evil in the eyes of Hashem. Shai the other Minchos, what it means is like this Sidkia had the ability to object. Also, Sidkia himself was righteous. So what was his mistake? His mistake was he had the ability to object to the negative behavior of his generation, but he failed to do so. You see this through over and over in Chazal. When you see something bad happening and you don't do anything, you are held liable as if you committed the wrong yourself. Overwhelming idea. Rabbi Yochanan Rishroshki might have said Ish Chacham Mishpat as Ish Adam, the Rega as the Zachar Beina. The Moshe says as follows: Ka'asti al Achaz, I got angry at Achos, one of the things. And I sought to be Amalfi Damascus, and therefore I handed him over in the hands of the king of Damascus. And what did he do? He was handed over to the king of Damascus. Zibach Nikita Lelayan. He ends up Achos, instead of realizing that he should come with God and maybe he should turn himself around, instead starts praying to their gods, the gods of Damascus. Shneimar, Vayizbach Lelokei Darmestek, Hamakim, Vayomer Ki Elokei, Ki Elohei, Malchi Aram Heim Asrim Osam, Lahem Ezbach, Vayazru Dehim, Elohim Lashim Kol Yisrael. Shachakti Im Amatzio, Vinasati Malchi Edom Biado. So literally, again, I smiled upon Amatzio, and I tried to be, I'm not sure if I said do the right thing, but I smiled upon Amatzio, and ultimately, again, I gave over the hands of kings of Edom into his hands. Eidi Elohim, Yishtachav Alaham. How did Amatzio his victory? He took the gods of Edom and he began worshiping them. Shneimar, Vayach Elohim, Ba Amatzio Me'achos Es Edomim, Vayavo Es Vayave Es Elohim B'nei Seir, Vayamedin Elohim, V'lefim Yishtachav Elohim Yifta. So again, Amatzio is handed victory. And what did Amatzio do with his victory? He went in and started worshiping him. This is what people say, the famous adage that they say, Baki le lamar to lo yada, Chayfri lamar to lo yada, Baki le lamar to lo yada, being taught of the bush. So sometimes again, you could cry for someone and he doesn't understand. You could smile upon someone and he doesn't understand. Woe to the person who doesn't understand between good and bad. In reference to these kings who are given tremendous opportunities to turn themselves around, they have failed to understand and prevent the opportunity that was presented, and therefore again continue to go on the path of wrong. By a vocal, sorry, Melech Bodol, by a vocal, Bishar Hasabah. So it says, used by Scipio. So, right, all the king, right, the ministers of the king of Babylon himself came and he sat in Shar Kabbalah. One of the open Shur Hashbi. Malcolm Shemechan Kumbala, just the second, third white line. The king of Babel situated himself at the gates of the city. This the gates ultimately were normally adjudicate halacha. Rabbanan Inshi, Za'asra Demare, Tala Le Zaine, Taman Kulba Raya Place Tala. And the place where ultimately the master of his house used to hang his weapons. Now the shepherd along with Henry's job, like the gate of the city was the place where the Sanhedrin had court before. So that very place where he used to be food, now the shepherd, that's reference to the king of Babel. The shepherd hates his stuff. I'm going to this letter of Yom Barabba. My decision, this is a beautiful passage. That's a heartbreaking passage. Asade ish atzalavarti. So he was Shlomo HaMelech. Says in Mishlei, I passed by the house of the field of a lazy man. And I passed by the vineyard of a man who lacks heart. Both the lazy man and the man who lacks heart are both inattentive to their field and to their vineyard. And what happened? They get their abanim there. So what happens? The field is overgrown with thorns and thistles. And what happens? The stone walls are in a state of disrepair. So the says the metaphor. Who is the man, right? Who is the lazy man? Who is the man with the lazy man with the overgrown field? That's King Achaz. Kerem Adam Chasar who is the vineyard. The person who lacks heart who owns the vineyard, Zemenasha. Now let's say the metaphor is special found between Alu Kilo Kishon, and again it's overgrown with thorns, Ze'amon. Together Abanon there, son, and the wall of stone has not fallen to a state of disrepair. Zetzitio Shenefrash based on Mikdash Biyama. The base of English was destroyed. Israel says one point that says the Navi Vajnover refers to these kings as people who are inattentive, frustrated, or lazy. The way that sinful behavior begins is not with an active desire to do the wrong thing. Clearly, it begins with just apathy. Apathy is the gateway to the most horrible and horrific sin. The moment you just begin to not care, the moment you just begin to not push yourself, The moment apathy sets in, everything happens outside. This is what was his what I was but again, so Rabbi Nachman brings down. Nachman says that the greatest difficulty is hara. Is not the greatest difficulty is hara is yesh, whether it's despair. Like where a person just gives up, where a person stops caring, where a person is apathetic. That's when all types of how does Shlomo describe the natural? How does he describe Achaz? As just lazy, frustrated, apathetic people, they all start with apathy. They'll say, that's not the most important episode in life. Is to be passionate each and every day. To make sure it's right, we always speak about this. You have to push yourself every day. You have to be moving forward every day. Because if I'm not moving, if I'm staying in place will say, the word for staying in place is, the synonym of staying in place is stagnation or apathy. Apathetic people aren't going out and wrestling. Apathetic people aren't going out and apathetic people are just staying where they are. Right? An apathetic person finds a nice place to hop it. Right? This is comfortable. This is nice. This is good. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm doing anything wrong. I'm not doing anything wrong. Apathy is the gateway leader to every other terrible behavior. Terrible behavior never starts with terrible behavior. Terrible behavior starts with apathy. Apathy, and from apathy, it's downward spiral. Overwhelming. I don't know if this is the review, but Arbiquitos in the couch. There are four groups. Little E again, who do not receive the Shekhinah. Who are they? Calculates a less, I don't know what's the word for a less, scaffold. It's really just a scaffold. It's like a less is someone who takes nothing seriously. Everything is good. Everything is right. Listen, you ever meet a person like this? Right. For example, in the beginning, when they're always with their wisecracks, like, oh, yeah, that's cute. And then, at a certain point, it's like, enough already. Don't you take anything seriously enough in life? Do not have, a one-line combat. Just stop. And it goes from entertaining to annoying pretty quickly. And again, if you're that kind of person, nothing serious. And again, you always, so listen, there are moments in life, right, where I'm about to be serious about something. And I will say, all you need, maybe you're talking with yourself, or you're learning to test and there's a momentum that's going, and then someone else, right, comes along and he says that line, and what does it do? It sucks all the spiritual air out of it. I say, and again, it's it just displays everything. Again, just understand you have your relationship with that Kodesh Baruch Hu. Well, that's again means well, but missed the mark. Next, cut shakronim. Again, I will say shakronim. Shakronim ultimately again is a liar. A person who's a liar can't have a relationship with God. Why? Because the prerequisite for a relationship with God, is honesty. Moshe does not need perfection. He does not even need greatness. All he needs is honesty. Because if I'm honest with myself, I know what I am and I know what I'm not. And then I know especially what I'm not, I can work on that. If I am dishonest, if I am a liar, liars cannot create relationships. Because again, if you're lying, then by definition, there is nothing to move forward. Anything. And then we'll say, okay, Hanifa, right? But it's but it's falsified. It's falsified, right? Hanifa is flattery for the sake of getting something out of something. Right? I don't really believe it. Right? I don't really believe it. But rather again, I'm using it. And I must say, when people do this, I guess it's lobbying, right? At the end of the day, it's the nice stuff. It's so disingenuous, and everyone knows it's disingenuous. But what's the interesting part? The interesting part is when someone strokes my ego. That's nice. It's nice. Even though I know what they're doing, they know what they're doing, but it's so nice. Everybody likes to know the flattery. So at the end of the day, again, it's anything. And those who again speak Arabic. So I'll say it's interesting by the way. If you notice, these are four groups who cannot have in the couples and needs. They can't have a relationship with Hashem. So what's interesting by the way? What's missing over here? What's missing over here? If you were to make a list of people who can't have a relationship with God, who would you put in there? Who would you put in there? Abu Sarah, like right number one, right? Right number one, right? Right, maybe a close number two would be. All right, Fred, you got it again. It's good, right? All right, it's good. Right, number three. Trickle stoppers, right? Good, we got the big three. If you notice that they're not there. What's it? You know why? Atheros don't scale the way relationship with God. Atheros don't scale because we all commit Atheros. Right? We probably some of us have done a couple of Uzis and it's even before 9 o'clock. Right? So listen, we all commit Atheros every single day. Atheros don't scale the way relationship with God. Honesty stands in the way of relationship. If you look at the common language, all of these things, it's all about honesty. The less, he can't be honest about anything. He just can't take anything seriously. So what he does is he uses less humor to just take the MS out of every circumstance. A shotgun, obviously again, dishonest. Chanifa, dishonest. Even Lashon Hara. I will say again, Lashon Hara always takes place where? And I should say always, often takes place behind closed doors. And usually, the greatest purveyors of Lashon Hara will present themselves like their friends. Right? They'll present like someone who's got your back, someone who's your buddy. And at the end of the day, when you're not looking behind your back, that's when they will verbally stab you over and over. So those are the common denominator, dishonesty. Which probably says, you're not honest, there's no foundation for a relationship. You can sin from today until tomorrow. The Bible says, I got you. That's just what you do. Because you're a sinner. Great. We're all sinners. We're all sinners. Just some of us are recreational, some of us are habitual. Some of us are just on the weekends. Others are like on alternate Tuesdays, right? But we had others 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, right? And the problem says, it's okay. Whatever you're doing, I promise, I got you. We can work it through. But if you're dishonest, then there is no way to have a relationship. Incredible. So the Gemara was like, Gemara says, now the Gemara position is calculated. It says, Masha Kadosh what's about 2 divisions? Kasha Karan, the Sid, the Overshkan, right? Kas Hanif, the Sid, Kilo, Fana Kanaf Yavo, had the double of the Orange, the Sid, Kilo, El Hofit, Russia, Akalo, Gurkhala, Satikato, 11 Gurkhala, one of the Stamra, Yabarava. My Jesse was doing a puzzle. Lucy was beautiful. Rosuna Elakara, the Nega, like Rabbi Allah. So listen, what is the meaning of the passage over here? David Amelach says, what does it mean? Rosuna Elakara, the Nega, like Rabbi Allah. So the Gemara says, Rosuna Elakara, that literally again, that Ra will not be set upon you. Shalom Yishlot Bahem Yitzhara. Ultimately, again, it's a Rafa. You should be Yitzhara, Shalom Yishlot Bahem Yitzhara. That's the main point. Doesn't mean you should have a Yitzhara. There's a time you don't have a Yitzhara. When don't you have a Yitzhara? When you're dead. Right? Right? There's an upside to everything. Right? When you're dead, there is no Yitzhara. Right? So there's no Yitzhara when you're dead. Right? So it doesn't mean that you have a Yitzhara. Rather, the Lashon is Shalom Yishlot Bahem Yitzhara. Yitzhara shouldn't rule over me. I'll say, I'm always going to have to wait for power. The Shaila is who's in charge, me or Yitzhara? Losuna Elecha Ra. Ra, Yitzhara should not rule over me. Next, Lo Yikra B'Alach. It's like the Nega Lo Yikra B'Alach. And a little bit again, an affliction. It's not come close to your tent. So Timsa Ishtecha Safek Muda Shasha Kava Minadera. So I said this is fascinating. That when a man comes home from a long trip, he shouldn't find his wife in a state of Safek Muda. Unless you know what is this mean. So a man comes home from a long trip, Rashi says, he wants to be with his wife. So again, if a man knows that his wife is in Nida, I get it. Safek is where things become a little bit complicated because what can happen? A man can justify to himself, perhaps should be committed and end up ultimately again end up sinning. She was saying it's actually interesting that perhaps this is really much interpreted in the pasuk. It could also be metaphorically understood as follows: three-dimensional progression. The first part is ultimately again, do not let the Yitzhak go ahead and rule over you. How do you do that? The nega lo yikrav bi ahalecha. The word actually has you don't come home and find your wife a safek nida. The way to rule over your Yitzhak is to eliminate suffix within your life. A lot of times we usually get ourselves into trouble because we choose to live in worlds of delay. We choose to live in worlds of suffix. And we allow suffix to be perpetuated. I will say, all of us have areas of our life where if somebody were to ask us, are you living correctly in this area? I'd be like, kind of, because I know that I know that this area of my life, and we all have different areas, all of us have those areas. Some areas where I know that I'm doing the Ratzon Hashem, and other areas where I know that literally again in my tent is suffix nida. In my tent is a suffix in life. And a lot of times we know there's a suffix, and it just perpetuates kind of like the iffy parts of our existence. If you have too much suffix in life, that's what you need. So much of life is identifying the areas of my life that are suffering, that are not really what it should be, and make them what it should be. If I could eliminate the suffix in my life to the best of my ability, I don't know if I eliminate all of it, if I could eliminate the suffix to the best of my ability, then ultimately again, Sahara will not rule over me. Incredible. So the was like, דבר אחר, לא שימי בחרה, שלא יבזו, שלא יבעוס, שלא יבעסוך, כלומו שלו. What does it mean that negative should not rule over you? You shouldn't have bad dreams. The Yehudim run, or bad thoughts. The negative יקרא בירעך, שלא יהיה לך בן או תלמיד שמבטיח תבשיל ברעהו. What does it mean that ultimately again that affliction should not come in your tent, that you shouldn't have a student or a son, literally translated, who spoils his food in public, which means that my children and my students should not do things that are publicly disgraceful. Privately, all kinds of stuff will happen. Right, but at least publicly, again, things should occur. Adkan Berchol Others, just very good. The reason that's means that this pasuk in Tehillim ultimately again is a reference to brachos from a father, brachos from a mother, and brachos from a father. So the first parable is so beautiful. It's a brachos of a father. What does a father? What's the bracha that a father gives his son? Number one, don't let the Yitzhak rule over you. Number two, right? Again, going to what we said, how do you ensure the Yitzhak doesn't rule over you? Don't let there be suffix in your life. If there is sickness in the way that you're living, deal with the situation. Don't live in uncertainty. There's gray, figure it out. Figure it out from how. This is what a father says to his son. My father says to his son, don't be scared by bad dreams in life. Don't have bad dreams. What is what are dreams? Like, it's not what dreams are. Meaningful, not meaningful. I will say, what does it mean not to get scared by bad dreams? What are you really right? So many times in life, we are scared off from doing the things we really want to do because we're scared of all the possibilities that could happen. This could happen. That could happen. I'm going to go say, in any given moment in life, anything and everything could go wrong in so many different ways. What does the father say to his son? The father says to his son, don't be scared off by bad dreams in life. Don't be scared to dream big and go big. Just because you could become paralyzed by all the things that could go wrong. Yes, all could go wrong, and it may not go wrong. But the only way you know you'll be successful is in Eretz Hashem if you give it a try. This is what a father says to his son. What else does a father say to his son? Son, you're going to have tremendous moments of weakness. In those moments of weakness, make sure that at least you fail privately and not publicly. I'll say it's a big thing. We all fail. As the Gemara says, remember says brachos. Person has a Yitzhak. Person has a Yitzhak. Person has a Yitzhak. And what happens? Let's say I can't go ahead and combat the Yitzhak. So what does the Gemara say? It's going to say, put on black clothing. go somewhere where no one knows you and do what you need to do. There's an understanding that sometimes in life I'm going to lose the battle against the anxiety. If you're going to lose the battle, minimize the fallout. Minimize the collateral damage. Minimize the chalashem. You're going to sin? Don't do it publicly. You're going to sin? Go somewhere else. That's what the father, after all of these lofty ideas and ideals, the father says to his son, you're going to fail because it's going to happen. It happens for all of us. Just make sure at the end of the day you minimize the damage. Incredible. That's what the father says. After that, it's the bracha that a mother gives to a child. What does a mother say to a child? You see, it says, what does a mother say? So what does a mother say to a child? As the malachim should watch over you in all of your ways. They should hold you in the palms of their hands. Al shafa ba'as and titro.